Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the July 5th Planning Commission zoning hearing. Before we get started, we are happy to welcome Pastor Victor Bledsoe from Shiloh Hills Baptist Church, who is going to lead us in our invocation today. Pastor Bledsoe.
Father, we're grateful for the opportunity we have to meet together in our nation. We would be remiss if we did not thank you for the blessings that you have given to our country over the last 246 years. We pray that you would bless the planning meeting today. It's significant that we would start a meeting acknowledging you. You have said in your word that if we acknowledge you in your ways, that you would give us direction and give us wisdom. We pray for our planning commissioners today that you would give them wisdom and knowledge and discernment in every area as they protect our county and protect our environment and do the very best plans that they can do in order to further and prosper our county. We pray that you would bless them, enlarge their coast, keep them from evil. We ask that your hand would be with them and not against them. They are on the tip of the spear as we look for plans in our community, as we look for new opportunities in Cobb County. How wonderful it is to be able to live in Cobb and to be a part of this generation. We ask that you would bless our leaders today as they set some plans in motion. And then with all of us that are residents, we ask that we would remember the powers that are in our county have been ordained by you. And you set over watching all that we do to make sure it's to your approval. You are the sovereign of the universe. You have a plan for our life, and your plan for our life is in our best interest. Would you bless us today as we serve you together? For it's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Bledsoe. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will go ahead and call our meeting to order. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Peterson to go over our agenda.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here who's opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. Then after recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time, and there's not a process for rebuttal. So you need to convey all the information to the board within your 10-minute time frame. Additionally, if there's more than one person in opposition who wants to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And then after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard. That's rezone case Z40 of 2022, Dennis Palmer. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, we did get a request last week to withdraw another case that was on your continued agenda. That's rezoning case Z26, Duke Realty Limited Partnership. The applicant is present, and they are asking this application be withdrawn without prejudice. So we would need a vote by the board.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to withdraw Z26 2022 as requested.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ballon. I'll call the question. That's approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Next, we do have one case on our held and continued agenda that will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z36 of 2022, David Jernett. This case was continued by the staff until the August 2nd, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z36 of 2022 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, Board, we did get a request last week to also continue rezoning case Z34 of 2022, Rise Properties LLC. The applicant is in attendance, and the staff would ask the Board to continue this case until your next zoning hearing.
Okay, that's in District 4, so I'll turn over to Commissioner Hughes to make that motion.
Move to approve the request to continue case Z34, 2022.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Boulogne. I'll call the question. To approve a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. And then the last case that did ask for a continuance last week was SLEP 5 of 2022, Parallel Towers 3 LLC, also known as Parallel Infrastructure LLC. The applicant does want to continue this for 30 days, Mr. Chairman, Board, to continue to work on the application.
I'll entertain a motion here to District 3, and Commissioner Dance is out, but we'll entertain a motion for that continuance.
Move to continue case SLEP 5, 2022.
I think I'll provide a second, just a second. John, we have the appropriate letter in effect to
He submitted the letter on Friday, correct? Yes,
so the shot clock continues to be held?
it's told, again.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Second by Commissioner Boulogne. I'll call the question. That's also approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Before we start the hearing, I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. When the phones ring, they do interfere with the broadcast and the presentation. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If they made a campaign contribution totaling $250 more to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. At this point, Mr. Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for July 5th, 2022. First case on consent is rezoning case Z21 of 2022, Francisco Padilla. Request rezoning from CF to NRC for an office in land lot 1214 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austin Road and on the south side of Dobie Lane. The Planning Commission recommends deletion to the LRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on May 31st, 2022, with minor modifications to be approved by the district commissioner. Number two, letter from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated May 31st, 2022. Number three, construction limited to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Number four, fire department comments and recommendations. Number five, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number six, water and sewer comments and recommendations. And number seven, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z21?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z24 of 2022, Davis Enterprises LLC requests a rezoning from LRO and NRC to NRC for a personal care home in land lot 37 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Cobb Parkway, north of Cedar Crest Road. The Planning Commission recommends deletion to the NRC and LRO zoning districts, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. David Wogheran, dated June 30th, 2022. Number two, site plan dated June 23rd, 2022. Number three, assisted living, personal care use only. Number four, fire department comments and recommendations. Number five, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number six, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number seven, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z24?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezone case Z29 of 2022, Maria del Carmen Rodriguez requests a rezoning from CF and R20 to R20 for a single-family residence in land lots 278 and 279 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Waldrop Circle, west of South Cobb Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number 2, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number 4, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 6, the existing accessory structures at the rear of the property to be removed within 60 days of the Board of Commissioners' final zoning decision. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z29?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z41 of 2022, Southern Gas Partners LLC, request rezoning from NS and GC to NRC for a convenience store, fuel sales, and a car wash in land lot 339 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Shallowford Road and Trickham Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the Zoning Division on June 14th, 2022, with minor modifications to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 2, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 4, Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 6, variance as identified in the Zoning Division comments regarding parking stall depth to be granted for design vacuum spaces at the car wash only. And number 7, 20-foot along the southern property line to remain undisturbed to meet landscape buffer requirement. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z41.
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z43, JVH Properties LLC, request rezoning from GC to NRC for an office in land lot 621 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of South Cobb Drive, northwest of Ivy Glen Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received on May 6, 2022, with minor modifications to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 2, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number 4, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 6, maintain the existing 35-foot undisturbed buffer adjacent to the residential zoning along the southwest property line. And number 7, include an 8-foot landscape enhancement strip along Ivy Glen Drive and South Cobb Drive. Is the applicant present?
No.
Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z43?
No.
All right. Let the record show there's no one opposed to rezoning case Z43. And the applicant is not present. Rezoning case Z44, TCCA Trust LLC requests a rezoning from LRO to NRC for a personal care home in land lot 776 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Sandy Plains Road, northeast of Scuffle Grit Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan revised and dated May 25th, 2022, with the District Commissioner approving the final site plan. Number 2, assisted living and personal care home use only. Number 3, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 4, Stormwater Management comments and recommendations. Number 5, Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Number 6, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 7, letter from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated June 10th, 2022. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z44?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case is LUP 11, Jeffrey C. Smith, requests a temporary land use permit for produce sales, which is a renewal of a previous permit in land lots 1019 and 1054 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Austell Powder Springs Road, south of Fur Avenue. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, produce stand to be maintained to the side of the primary structure. Number 2, off-site parking turnaround space to be provided to the side and rear of the existing structure. Number 3, business activity limited to spring and summer months only. And number 4, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 11?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And last case on the consent agenda is SLEP 9, Broward Development. Request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lots 405 and 498 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Mapleton Parkway and on the southwest side of Cardell Circle, north of Honeycutt Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, final site plan and building architecture to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 2, variance number 1 and number 2 granted as identified in the zoning division comments. Variance number 3 is not to be approved. Number 3, access hours to be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. Number 4, submittal 1, traffic study to be submitted during plan review. Number 5, Mapleton Parkway design guidelines must be met during plan review. Number 6, landscape review committee shall be established to include the applicant, the county arborist, and a representative from the Mapleton Improvement Coalition with final approval by the district commissioner. And number 7, all staff comments, recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 9?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda, although I do have one addition to one of the District 1 cases.
We can pick that up in discussion, I guess.
Sure.
Second.
So that's a second from Commissioner Hughes. We'll open for discussion.
Thank you. I've been advised that need to add one more stipulation to Z24, and that would be that the main structure be a four-sided brick structure.
So I'm looking at Mr. Peterson. Can we add that modification?
Well, let's call the applicant up here, make sure they're okay with that.
Okay.
As long as the applicant's okay with it, we can leave it on consent.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we have the applicant for Z24 come forward, please? Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is David Wogiren.
Thank you. I will turn it over to you, Commissioner Boulogne, for a question of the applicant.
Certainly. So apparently over the weekend, there were a series of discussions, and I'm not sure if this resolved itself or not, but I've heard 3 sides brick, I've heard 4 sides brick. I just want to know if you object to having at least 3 sides brick, all sides facing Highway 41 done in brick. And maybe if so, what do you propose as an alternative?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And everybody else here will too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And you got that? Okay, that's it.
Okay, so with that modification, we can call the question. Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 3-0. Thank you.
Okay, next case, moving into the continued and held agenda. First case is rezoning case Z7 of 2022, KM Homes, request a rezoning from R20 to FST for a townhome community in land lot 22 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Way Green Road, north of Wheaton Lake Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z7? Please raise your hand and stand up.
Got 2.
2? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
While they are being sworn in, I'll just give a little update for our audience in attendance. It's a little thin up here today because we have two commissioners who are out, Commissioner Dance and Commissioner Anderson. And so because of that, all the cases that you'll hear today, for voting purposes, will have to have a 3-0 vote in order to be approved. So just want to give that background. All right, go forward, Parks.
Good morning.
Morning.
I hope y'all had a wonderful 4th of July, and I don't know whether y'all are patriotic being here on the 5th or you know, the ones who didn't get to go on vacation this week. But for the record, my name is Parks Huff, and I represent KM Homes in relation to this rezoning application before you this morning. Want to go through some of the details that I think is significant in your review of this proposal. This is a piece of property. It's triangular in shape. It's on Way Green Road. If you're looking at the aerial photograph I've got on the presentation, it's just north of 75 Interchange. This was purchased by Mr. Devers, the property owner's father, in 1947. The son acquired it in 1987. Mr. Devers' grandson and son is also in the red shirt in the audience here. So you can only imagine the changes they've seen as this road has gone from a 2-lane, rarely traveled road to a arterial road with a divided median, school across the street, commercial to the south, and commercial across the street also. And I'd also submit that the elementary school really operates as commercial. This is the zoning map showing the zonings of R15 behind you. This is zoned R20, and to the south is neighborhood shopping. And then also you have commercial directly across the street. And then you have the elementary school, which is zoned, you know, R20, but we all know it's an institutional use that really operates more like a commercial business than a residential use. And this is the land use plan. This is very, very important for your consideration. I also want to point out that there's an RA4 to the south, east of the property. This is a land use plan. This is very, very important for your consideration. This is showing that the property is medium density residential. You also have medium density residential to the southeast and to the west. And you have commercial to the west. You have a community activity center, not even a neighborhood activity center, but a community activity center, which is more intensive than a neighbor activity center, and it recognizes the proximity of this property to the interstate interchange, and that is a large public shopping center to the south. This is an aerial with the topo showing the topography of the property, and this is also important for your consideration. You can see there's a draw in the middle of the property that goes from the bottom, cuts north east across our property, and we actually have a development plan that recognizes that topographical challenge and makes it into a benefit. And it's one of the reasons why I think that you should recommend approval, and one of the reasons why your staff recommended approval of the application. This is a revised site plan. Last time we had come forward with an FST proposal. We were asked to go and meet with the neighbors, and we've tried a couple times, weren't able to meet for various reasons. But we did get some feedback that they would like to see an RA4 was a category that they suggested for a couple reasons. One is it is adjacent to our property. It touches our bottom corner of our property is another RA4 property, so it's an zoning that is existing in the area. So you can see here we've reduced the unit count. We're now at 3.8 units per acre at well within the MDR designation of 2.5 to 5 units per acre, and that is only 32 homes. The other big change that we did with the site plan is we had concerns about the traffic, and we were at the Cobb DOT's suggestion, we were accessing the property using a median break that currently exists and used for the elementary school. There were some concerns about that creating some conflicts, and so we have separated our access, so now we are going to be median bound right in, right out, so there won't be some conflicting turning movements using that median break. And so that's what you have here is an RA4 with 32 at 3.8 units per acre, again, well within the MDR designation. The other thing that's extremely important to note is the area that's being preserved. Now, this is actually the old land use plan, but it's the same layout, and you can see what is being preserved. That corner of the property, and you remember the draw from the south to the going northeast, you can see it here. What we're able to do is use that draw as kind of a dividing line and keep our development towards Way Green Road. And this is the reason why MDR and townhomes works great for this property, is you have the ability to have homes facing, and I'll go back to the site plan here, you can see our homes will face Way Green Road, and then we have an access drive that goes to the rear of the units. And so you'll have the fronts facing the road, which is attractive. There'll be sidewalk, of course, along Way Green Road that will connect to the shopping to the south, which is another goal of the land use plan. And then we have a 2 stories facing Way Green Road. And then again, talking about the topographical challenge, it drops off. So now we've got a 3rd floor going in the back. And so that allows us to use that grade drop with our building architecture, and it's very attractive. And again, it's one of the reasons why your staff recommended approval. If you read their review of why they recommend approval, they actually emphasize that. We have had some community concern and questions about it. They no FST in the area. This is a petition they sent out. Well, now we're RA4, and there is RA4 that actually adjoins the property. Not actual new housing that's affordable housing. Well, this isn't affordable housing, but it is more affordable than a lot of other housing, new housing in the area. But it also provides a housing type that is needed in the area. It's not too dense. It's not disruptive to elementary school. And so this is one of the things that I want to point out too. I pointed out last time, and I hope you all had a chance to look at these numbers. The Pittner Elementary School across the street is 186 children under capacity. All the schools in the area are under capacity. This is your staff analysis, which again, I hope you've had a chance to review and see exactly why they recommend approval. This is a R15 layout, because we were asked, could you do it as an R15, which is the neighborhood behind us? And you can see that a hill in the very back would have 2 homes on it. And if this was developed as an R15 or any sort of traditional zoning, you're going to create a flat piece of property, because traditional homes are with grading and drainage requirements. It's going to be flat from front to back. So that draw is gone. Our layout's only 25% impervious, which is good for the environment. This is going back to the R15. Traffic is one of the things. Oh my gosh, there's so much traffic on Way Green Road. There's 22,000 cars a day. Trust me, 32, 50, whatever number of homes you could put on this property is not going to make a hill of beans difference to the traffic on Way Green Road. But I do note that at 32 units, our 24-hour two-way traffic is only 200, which is less than what an R15 would produce, because townhomes live differently than typical single-family detached. I want to go through the importance of MDR as a classification. I hope you've gotten a chance to review that study I sent you before the weekend. I'm sure you wanted to sit down on 4th of July and read it. A lot of good data about how we are living differently. Our household sizes are dramatically different than they were 20 years ago, but we are obsessed with building for what we were living 20 years ago. MDR is the most underutilized and most important zoning land use category in your comp plan. It provides a place for people that live in smaller household sizes than traditional, what we think of as traditional. This is Cobb's average household size is 2.63 units people per household. You can see the graph on the right, how we have changed from more nuclear family to more smaller household sizes, but we're not living differently. Atlanta market, 48% living in single person households. The comp plan, this is very important, only has 5% of its land as MDR, but we're living in household sizes of 2.63 units per acre, persons per household, largely a lot of 1 and 2 person households, but we have very little of our land actually set off for MDR uses. So this is a very important case, because it provides an MDR use in an area
You have 1 minute.
that desperately needs a different housing type for the people who live in smaller housing units. and it is able to be done in a way that is environmentally responsible. We've addressed the traffic concerns. We think that this is a proposal that is very, very consistent with your land use plan. And if you do not have, your staff has followed the comp plan, the zoning staff has recommended approval of this, you should have a very compelling reason to give up on a plan. You have a plan, and then you should execute that plan. You have a plan that shows us this is a transitional property from the commercial to the lower density residential, and MDR is the appropriate category. So when you have a plan, one of the hardest things but most important thing is to actually execute that plan, and you better have a compelling reason not to execute that plan. Thank you. And if I can, 2 seconds, June 24th step letter is in the file.
Okay, we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's good to see you again. My name is Andy Johnston. I represent the majority of the property owners who received a notice from KM Homes about this project, the Parkwood Commons Homeowners Association, and the Bells Ferry Civic Association. Now, the last time we got together, the Cobb County Courier said this was a contentious case, so I am going to try to be a little less contentious. Is that it? Thank you. There we go. The property that we're talking about has been on the market for 30 years. During that time, there has been no offer for that property. No developer has actively attempted to develop that property for many of the reasons we're not going to talk about this morning. If you remember the last time we got together, I showed you these pictures. What you're talking about there is a massive ravine that covers the entire south end of that property. At the southwest corner, which is the top left picture, the ravine is 15 feet below street level. That's right next to Chase Manhattan Bank. By the time you get to the southeast corner, which is the upper right picture, it's 35 feet below street level. At the north end, there is another deep ravine, which is 15 feet below street level. Let's just take a look at this south end, all right? This is about 6 acres. If you look at the topography closely, you see, as Mr. Huff mentioned, the only buildable property is right up next to Wade Green Road. Now on this, the closer the lines are together, the steeper the slopes. If you look at here, you'll see it's very, very steep. On this property, there are slopes between 15 and 30%. Now, when you're driving through the mountains and you see those warning signs for semi-truckers that say use a lower gear because of a steep grade, in Georgia, that's when the grade reaches 6%. We're talking 15 to 30%. So this is a very deep, steep drop into this ravine. There's also a stream that goes through there, which is part of the rainwater management system. That stream has an easement, it has a floodplain, it has buffers. So when you look at this ravine and the stream and all those elements, those should not be included in the calculation for the density of this property. So here's the latest plan that you receive. They came up with this plan by taking 8.4 acres, multiplying it by 4, and coming up with 32 units. That does not take into consideration all these areas that should be excluded. The reality is, of this space, there's only about 3 buildable acres. If we're generous, we'll give it 4. That means the actual density in this property is 12 to 16 acres and not 32. Being really honest, there is no way you can build 32 townhouses on this property without extensive grading, fill, putting in concrete reinforced retaining walls around all the adjacent property and the back of the property. Just imagine how thrilled Chase Manhattan Bank is going to be to have a 20-foot high retention wall just feet away from their drive-through banking facility. So, if we take a look at this new plan, this is the one that you received on June 24th. You requested it on April 5th. It took 3 months. This is the old plan. That's the new plan. The biggest thing you can notice is that the footprint is almost exactly the same. The only major change is they pulled off 5 units. It is still right next to Wade Green Road. It creates a solid wall of townhouses that goes right down that road. It is as close as it can. There is no mention of the variances that will be required to make this happen. But that's where they are. As Park mentioned, the only major change was moving the entrance. They moved it much closer to the intersection at Parkwood Chase, but they moved it too close. This is going to force residents to pull out of the townhouses, take a hard right to cross over 2 lanes of Wade Green Road. As we mentioned, 22,000 cars per day. A hard right to pull all the way across to get to the left-hand turn lane to make a U-turn to go back to I-75. That turn lane is used by the school buses. It's used by parents to take their kids to school and to pick them up in the afternoon. Now, during the middle of the day, this is going to create a dangerous situation. During school hours, it's going to be a major, major safety issue. Now, the original plan was made about FST. And there's been a lot of discussion about that since then. But it seems to us that the focus has been more on what is it going to take to get this plan approved instead of, is this the appropriate plan? Is this the right rezoning? Is this the best thing for this area? And all of a sudden, everything is all about MDR. And I had to look that up. And if you forgive me, let me put my reading glasses on. What I learned is medium-density residential is intended to create, maintain, and promote a variety of housing types in an area that are consistent and compatible with the nearby neighborhoods and existing properties. The key words here are consistent and compatible. NDR should not be a weapon of adding new houses. It should be a tool for adding new houses. The housing in this area has to benefit everyone. In this case, it is simply, there we go, not compatible and consistent. This new plan is just a collection of 32 homes. The objective is to see how many homes can be put on that little piece of property. There's an entrance, an alleyway, parking spaces, and a turnaround. That's the bare minimum. If there are residential amenities, we've not seen them. We don't know where they're going to be, where they're going to be placed. We talked about maintaining that wonderful undeveloped area. You just saw the pictures of that area. It is undergrowth. It's fallen trees. It's garbage. This is a habitat for rodents and coyotes. And we're going to leave this undeveloped area right next to townhouses with families and children. Honestly, the density here is too high. This may be an RA4 plan, but it's basically their FST plan minus 5 houses. And this completely ignores less dense options under MDR like R15 or R12. The plan you saw for R15 was not to scale in any manner. It was simply put together to show what might look like. I know you guys are familiar with this. You see this all the time. What you're considering today is a very important consideration. There's a lot of Cobb County where there is a great concentration of R20 and R15 homes. This case affects all those areas because you want to use MDR as a way to bring new people into this area, and so do all of us. But this has to be done right. This sets the precedent. This basically says this is what the Planning Commission and the board expects from builders and developers. This is what the standards that you are holding them to in their professionalism in providing you the information you need to make an intelligent decision on this. In looking at this case and the entire history of this case over the last 8 months, you have to look at the big picture. Is this going to be your signature case? The way this is done, the information they've given you.
1 minute.
Got you. Does this really set the standard that you want to live with for all the cases going forward? Now, on behalf of all the people I mentioned and the tens of thousands of homeowners in this area, we ask you to please recommend denial of this case. Thank you.
Thank you. This is in District 3, which is Commissioner Dance, and in her absence, I will lead the discussion. If I can have Parks, if you come back up, Mr. Africa. So couple of quick questions. I did have a chance to meet with Commissioner Dance on this particular case. One of her concerns that she raised immediately was the something you mentioned about the ability to meet with the neighbors, and that was something she strongly suggested and strongly wanted to happen. Can you talk about the ability to meet with the neighbors and try to engage them on this new plan?
Yeah, I mean, we tried, we had a meeting scheduled in, the time frame's going to escape me, but I think it was in May. We had a meeting scheduled, and unfortunately, Mr. Johnston was not able to get the key folks that he needed to be there, and I very much appreciate him working with them, because I understand, not to use a tired phrase, but I'm sure it's a little bit like herding cats. But that meeting fell through because of trying to get the people that needed to be there. And then then he went back, and we had it scheduled for June 20th. But unfortunately, I had a conflict that came up that I wasn't able to be available on the 20th. So we did have some attempts. My client, we're more available. I mean, we would meet. They'd like to meet in the evening, so we'll be glad to make that happen, but we'll be glad to meet anytime. But candidly, it's not as easy to schedule meetings as it might appear from the outside.
I understand, but there's a willingness there from the applicant to meet.
Yeah. I mean, because I think, quite frankly, a lot of the presentation, we agree on a lot of things. It's a challenging. I shouldn't say challenging. It's no different than most of the property in Cobb County. Most property in Cobb County has topo, but
Yep.
There's some elements to it that we agree on.
Okay. Any questions for Parks on that addition? Commissioner Ballone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a few more questions, Parks. Well, why are the roads within it shown as private?
Yeah, I mean, because we would have, those would be private drives that would go to to the rear of the units. And the intention is exactly what Mr. Johnson said. We'll be creating this wall, which will be a sound barrier for the traffic on Way Green Road. And then with the trees behind us, it will create a nice buffer and transition. So that's intentional. So it's a private drive in the back. The other way to do it would be, wouldn't make much sense, would be drives coming out on, individual drives coming out on Way Green Road.
Yeah, no, that would not. What about gates? Did you consider any gates at all?
I haven't asked that one client, but I don't think that there'd be any reason to gate this community. I don't think that they have any desire. I mean, if that was something that people thought, that this is not something that I think needs to be gated, and I don't think that they would have any intention. And if it did, it would obviously have to be recessed back and have the gate comply with the county's ordinance on gating.
Is there any reason why you could not build this in accordance with the standards for those to become public roads down the road if that's what the HOA chose?
I'd have to consult with the engineer and find out what the potential impediments would be to make it a publicly dedicated road. Okay. But I do know, like, we've got parallel parking that's designed to be able to minimize the width. So if we had to go, again, that's the topo that we're trying to limit our use of. And so, it makes a better layout to do it this way.
Would there be sidewalks in the front?
Yeah, so there'd be sidewalks, and it's not depicted here, but there would be sidewalks along Way Green Road, which would, of course, connect to the sidewalk at the public shopping center.
Can you comment on the exit and how that's going to function? And
Yeah.
I see a median here, so I'm just trying.
Yeah, I mean, it's median bound, so there's no question about being right in, right out. Sometimes we have right in, right out questions like, can you draw the radius such and put the pork chop in, but this is a median there, so it's a right in, right out. The traffic comment about that there'll be traffic movements on here, there's more traffic created if this was developed R12. So if traffic is a consideration, this is a better plan. R12 would produce more traffic than the proposed number of townhomes we have here, 32 townhomes.
And for folks wanting to head south or east, where realistically will they be able to turn?
There's two median breaks going northward, and there are or turn lanes that would facilitate those U-turn movements.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Real quick, can we pull up was that an R15 or R12?
That was an R15.
Can you kind of describe that as I look at that?
And this is the plan this shows that plan. I wish that the engineer didn't do as good a job as not to criticize him publicly, but that doesn't really graphically show it. But this shows the plan. I mean, you would come in, you do some sort of layout like this. Obviously, with a triangular shape, you want to use every square inch. If you're spreading it out with typical suburban lots, you would be getting back into that corner. There's no one, as an R12, it would be this layout with maybe a couple more units.
So while you'd have 14 single-family lots, but a far more disruptive
Oh, yeah.
site preparations
Yeah.
for this
Oh,
than
yeah.
the current plan.
We all know that when you develop suburban lots, they're flat because of development requirements and because of the way developers develop land these days in terms of what the buyers want. They're usually slab homes, and so they would be slab lots. So that topo would be gone. It would be flat from front to back, side to side.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask one additional question. For the townhome community as planned, are there amenities planned for the townhome community?
Yeah, I mean, they would have some outdoor space, some gathering spaces like that. But at 32 units, you don't end up with enough units to share a traditional amenity package. And also go back to the data I provided y'all last week is really astounding at how much smaller household sizes we're living. But that also means that there's a lot of people who don't want to buy into a community that has an amenity that they pay for that they're not using. So this would be designed for people who don't necessarily want an amenity package that they would be paying for and not using.
Would they be individually mailboxed, or is there a mailbox kiosk? Or?
It would be a mailbox kiosk.
Okay.
And they're also, we would want to have that, there's going to be a significant amount of natural area that remain, and we could have trails or something in it too also.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions right now. Can I hear from the opposition? I'm asking you up. Yep.
Terrific, thank you.
So let me start with the same question with the willingness to meet with the applicant. I know that hasn't happened since the last meeting, but what's the willingness of those in opposition to, or commitment to meet with the applicant?
When we met on April 5th, you asked KM Homes to put together an RA4 plan. You asked us to get together a committee of people in the neighborhood to meet, to review that plan, and to discuss issues and to see if there were any options. That was April 5th. 2 weeks went past, we heard nothing. So we initiated the first meeting. It was inconvenient for them and it didn't happen. So again, in April, we got together and we proposed a second place and a second meeting for them. That was not convenient. We go into the next month. We go into May. 2 more weeks go by. They have never initiated. They've never sent us an email. Nothing has happened. So we give them a number of dates to choose from. They select one. We say, you're going to have to find the place, which they did. But then I asked, do you have RA4 plans for us to review? And they said, no, KM Homes has not prepared any plans. Well, since there were no plans, there really wasn't any purpose of meeting because there was nothing to discuss. So that took care of May. So then we move into June. Excuse me, we're in the second week in June. We send over an email saying, hey, can we meet the week of June 20th? They said, yeah, June 20th is great. I said, wonderful, do you have plans? And they say, we just received them, and we're going to review them, and we'll send them to you after we've reviewed them. That was the last communication we heard from KM Homes. Between then and the meeting, which was supposed to have been on the 20th, we sent 3 emails and left a phone message. We never heard back from them at all about the location of the meeting and the time. I waited till Saturday afternoon. The meeting was supposed to be on Monday to give them as much time as possible, and finally canceled that meeting. The next thing we heard from KM Homes was when this stipulation and application was submitted on Friday afternoon, the 24th. That only gave us 2 business days to review it before we had to have our responses into you. We have always wanted to meet with them, but we've had to initiate the meetings consistently through the entire time.
Thank you for the history and the background. Given the new plans that you've had now for a couple, just not long, but you've had that, and hearing that the applicant has publicly expressed their commitment to meet with the neighbors, do the neighbors still have that commitment to meet with the applicant?
You've had a group of people being willing to commit to meet 4 times. They've changed their job plans. They've asked to get off work early. 4 times this meeting has had to been canceled because we simply have not had anything to discuss. This new plan is not any different at all from the earlier plan. All the issues, the rainwater management, the density, the consistency, the drainage, none of those have been addressed. So honestly, I can certainly ask, but I really don't see anything to discuss because this is the same plan we had before that no one liked. It's just minus 5 units.
Yeah, I understand that. I think it just, from our perspective, in the spirit of applicants meeting with neighbors and really talking through this plan, I would be looking for some willingness on both parties' side to now, with the changes that have been made, whether you say minor or not, to meet and discuss ways that there could be some type of collaboration around what's there on that property.
I will be more than happy to ask if we can have a date and we can have a location, then I will be happy to ask everyone to see if they'll be willing to meet again.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my fellow commissioners for the opposition? All right, thank you.
Could I bring up one thing? Is that allowed?
No, it's just for us to ask questions at this time.
All right, sir.
Thank you. Can I have Amy? You must have knew I was calling you. You felt like you got up a little early. So.
Amy Diaz, DOT. You had to welcome me back.
Yeah, thank you for being here. My question for you is about the opening and the movement of the road into the property. Can you speak a little bit about that right in, right out, and the movement of that road? I know the initial issue was where it was in relation to the school, and now they've moved it further up on the property, and I just wanted to get your comments on that.
Correct. So I've reviewed their new plan this morning, and it meets all standards that I can identify. It is more than 125 feet off-spaced from the school entrance, which would be a requirement, and it is well over, which this is the spacing for a full movement driveway, but it's over 250 feet away from the next intersection to the north. Both the movement because it will cause U-turn movements to be necessary. Both the northern and the southern median breaks do have turn lanes. The southern median break, the one that's across from the school, is a U-turn only lane. So based on that and on the low trip generation, I don't anticipate any issues here. They did send in the site plan while I was out, so I have not had a chance to check back with our traffic ops department, but I don't anticipate that they would have any concerns.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions for Amy from the other commission?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, I think we have a few staff questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a point of clarification. I want to be, what's the current density calculated for this site plan right now?
The original FST was 4.4 units per acre. It was the original one. Let me pull up the current one.
And that's below the 5 units per acre?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I guess my next question is, I know it's lower than, what is the current adopted policy for calculating density right now?
The two things that have to be removed from density for this subdivision would be floodplain and wetlands. And the survey indicates that neither of those are on this property. We don't typically take out property that's rough or in a ravine unless there's floodplain and wetlands in it.
Okay.
So the way they figured the density is correct.
Okay. I want to get that on the record, just because it was suggested that really you should just be focused on what's actually developable. But, okay.
And I do have the new plan commissioner uses 3.8 units per acre with 32 units.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great question. Any further questions for staff?
One more question, I'm sorry. Are there any identified variances that you guys have?
There's one variance that we identified that was on the side setback to reduce it down. And let's see here. And that was based on the FST. So the variance we identified was to reduce the side setback from required 40 feet to 30 feet adjacent to the southern property line.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But nothing specific to the RA4 plan past the FST variance. Is that, I'm just clarifying.
Let me take a look here. As far as I can tell, there are no variances on the RA4 plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I think I'm ready to make a motion based on what we've heard today, based on conversations with Commissioner Dance, and then based on her own conversations with the district commissioner. I think there is a real opportunity and a willingness for KM Homes to show up and have some conversations with the neighbors associated with the property. There has been some changes here from the original plan, but again, I know the district commissioner had originally requested that KM Homes reconsider it to a R15, and so I do think there are some conversations that need to happen between both the applicant and the neighbors, and I'm strongly encouraged by both saying that they would be willing. I would strongly encourage that meeting to happen, which was suggested by Commissioner Dance in the original meeting. So with that, I would move that we continue the case for 30 days in order to allow the applicant and neighbors to meet.
Can I recommend that the motion be to hold the case?
To hold it? Okay. I will amend my motion to hold the case for 30 days.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Ballone. Any discussion? I'll call the question. That's approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you.
No, I guess we're okay.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z35 of 2022, Morrison Building and Investment LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to NRC for commercial. in land lot 42 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Veterans Memorial Highway, north of Lee Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z35? You have one? One?
Got one.
Okay. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Go ahead and start, and just state your name for the record, and you can begin.
Okay, good morning. My name is Rodney Morrison. I'm the owner of the property and the owner of Morrison Building and Investments. We spoke earlier before, and it was carried on for 30 days so that we could speak with the Mapleton Home Improvement. I think Ms. Wheatley was here at that time. They suggested that some safety issues about entering and exiting the property. We addressed those. I had my engineers modify those on the plans, and I sent those over to them. And they had some concerns about parking, and I addressed those. The model that I based this center off of is based on another model of another 24-hour daycare that's off of Bell's Ferry, and I think that's Canton or something. Their radius is they have about 120 kids, and I think it's right by a mechanic shop, so they only have very few parking spaces there, and it's basically designed as a pickup drop-off area. So when they pull, it's basically a pickup drop-off area. So no one is really parking except staff. Staff will, and it's only going to be required maybe 2 staff members at the time per right from the start, depending on the room, because our third room is only an after-school program. So it doesn't need the exact supervision that the smaller kids need. They also had some concerns in reference to the buffer in between the residential area and the front. It was 25 feet, my engineer designed, 25 feet from the residential area. I think the code you only have to have 20 feet. And we already currently have a 6-foot privacy fence going along the rear of the property, all the way along the back of the property, and we plan on planting shrubberies and trees, and we'll introduce a landscaping plan at the same time when we have a full set of drawings. And they're also concerned about the aesthetics of the property. We remodeled the property already. We've replaced all the windows. It's all new windows all the way around. We actually stopped construction in order to make sure we get everything done and approved. So, I sent over to them a full set of drawings showing the new and all the side views and elevations. And also, we've sent everything over to Ms. Diaz, the adjusted plans, where we modified the entrance, and we also widened the parking lot a little bit more. So, and also, I've sent out, of course, for the rezoning, we had to mail out letters to all the people in the area, and I spoke to pretty much, I had about 25 phone calls in reference to this. So everybody is happy to see some improvements that's in there, and I spoke to the neighbors behind me and on both sides of me as well, and they were happy to see some improvements. As a matter of fact, the guy over here, he wants me to sell me his property because he can't really do anything with it because he doesn't have the space. So thankfully, the property that I purchased, it has the space to do what I need to do on it. Other than that, like I said, we've tried to address every issue that they've had, and they said security. I did see that on the last thing they sent me on the 28th. The security will definitely be addressed. I'm a retired Marine, and my son will be going to the school as well, and he's a 16th month old. Yeah, I assure that will be proper lighting and security in the area. So I think those are all their concern. I think the ones that I've read and wanted to address here today. And again, I'm happy to address any other concerns as we move forward. And I'm not sure. I know Ms. Diaz was out on vacation, so she did receive the drawings for the new thing, and we did it according to what we also had a meeting prior to this, in between the 30 days, and she illustrated to me what we needed to do to make it safe for enter and exit.
All right, is that it?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We appreciate the information that Mr. Morrison has sent us, the full set of drawings for the construction related to this property. And before I say anything further, I just want to say that this is not about Mr. Morrison and his plans for the property, but it's about the property itself. As we all know, once property is zoned, for whatever the use might be, whatever the category might be, that zoning stays in place maybe for generations. So at the Mableton Improvement Coalition, we're always interested not just in the current plans for the property, but how those plans and how those conditions and stipulations might affect the property going forward under different ownership or even a different use if the use is not specific to the zoning. So what we have before us is an application that specifies that this will be used as a daycare center. We don't have a stipulations letter, so the only information we can count on is whatever the conditions are that you would attach to any recommendation for approval. We appreciate the promises that Mr. Morrison has made, but they're not in writing, so it's a little difficult to know exactly how they would be enforced going forward. I'm sure that the neighbors are happy to see improvements in this property because it, certainly prior to Mr. Morrison's ownership of it, it has been an eyesore. However, since Mr. Morrison has owned the property, it has also been the subject of at least one code enforcement complaint for parking tractor-trailer trucks on this residentially zoned property. A building permit was pulled for the construction that was begun on the property. However, we understand that the application indicated that it would be a residential use for this property, not a commercial use. And that's a point we'd like to bring up. This property has been occupied as a single-family home for decades. It's not always looked as spiffy as it should, but it has an economic use as a single-family home. It may be one day that this should be a commercial property, but we're not certain that that day has come. The property is too small for the 18 children that we understand are going to be served here. The 24-hour operation, we understand that that's a model frequently used. It's hard for us to know how to compare this facility to one that serves 100 children in another community, another place that we haven't seen. The drawings that we've seen allow for only 575 square feet of space for the children themselves. The other half of the building are closets, kitchens, offices, and bathrooms. This is a very, very small house. A parking variance is not appropriate here. It's almost never appropriate for daycare. If you, and I'm sure you do because daycare is an integral part of our community and all of our communities. If you've ever been in traffic around a daycare center at peak times, it's a busy place. The 10 parking spaces to serve employees as well as parents coming and going simply just does not seem feasible. It's true that, yes, that they'll be picking up and dropping off, but that entails parking, walking the child inside, perhaps having a conversation, then coming back out and trying to exit. An after-school program is great, but again, that's a thing that takes place at a peak traffic hour. This is immediately adjacent to the traffic light at Cooper Lake Road and Veterans Memorial. When the traffic is not flowing on Veterans, it is flowing past this property with the high number of left turns from Cooper Lake onto Veterans Memorial headed east towards Atlanta. We understand that there are great plans for landscaping and improving the aesthetics of this property, but we haven't seen them. There's no stormwater plan, despite the fact that the parking lot will almost certainly reach that 5,000 square foot trigger that will require a detention facility of some sort. So for all those reasons, we ask that you recommend denial, not because we don't believe that Mr. Morrison has great plans for the property and is intending to do all the right things, but simply because we have none of that in writing. We have instead a pretty open-ended zoning for a category that could include all manner of different uses without any assurance for the community that this will be a long-term improvement and a stable improvement in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. This case is in District 4, so I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Hughes to lead our discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. If I could have the applicant, Mr. Morrison, come back up. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You mentioned during your remarks, you said you stopped construction. Tell me, can you go a little bit more?
Well, we just basically held off. We replaced all the windows. We wanted to make sure what we were doing was pretty much what we were going to end up doing as far as commercial property. Because right from the start has rules as far as which is the company that governs, all the daycares in the area. So basically what they base their things on is 35 square feet per child. So we have 3 rooms, and that's where we came up with the 18 children. So it's all regulated through the state right from the start, and they've already, the plan is designed, and I have an advisor that works for them. The plan is already designed what they will approve. So basically what we did was we basically hold off to make sure that we are able to get the zoning corrected before we continue, because we did pull a residential permit to make sure that we could get started working on it, but we decided to hold up because we wanted to make sure everything went through and was done correctly.
So you pulled a permit, started construction?
Basically, yeah, to make sure we wanted.
Started construction for this daycare facility?
Yeah, well, we started just basically framing and exterior, because all the windows were old. I mean, it was an old house. So basically, we just gutted it and took out all the old windows, replaced the exterior windows, put in new double pane windows, and just did and just took the inside out, just got it ready for new electrical, new plumbing to redo the whole facility.
Okay. Parking. I note in the application that you're requesting that parking be reduced from 20 to 10. You said you have 2 employees, so in any given day you only have 8 spaces available for people coming in and out. With 18 kids, peak time, especially, I'd say particularly in the morning. Does that give you pause? Do you think you can accommodate?
Very much so. But where it's located, we shouldn't have any problem. And I've spoke with Ms. Diaz in reference to that. We shouldn't have any problem with them entering, exiting the thing. The engineers has already designed the opening. We had a smaller opening at first. They widened it to make sure that parents can turn in and out. There's a turning lane also that they can, when they're leaving the property, if they're going to be making a left-hand turn, they could get into the turning lane, and then if they needed to get over, I'm assuming, just like normal driving, they'd let them over. I've been working there for the past year, off and on, stopping at the property, cutting the grass, keeping it clean, and I've pulled out with trailers and everything behind me as well. And there was a tractor trailer as well, and they were able to pull out, pull in, and circle around the property as well. So it should. I don't foresee any problem with traffic or anything like that, because, and again, it won't be exactly at peak hours, because normally this drop-off pickup is after people get off work, so we're talking 6 o'clock, something like that. So normally that area, Veterans Memorial, most of the traffic is already down by the Floyd Road, the red light there at Floyd Road. Now, if it was down in that area, I definitely could see, because that area gets real congested right there. But at Cooper Lake, where we're located, Cooper Lake, where the red light is right here, it's not as much traffic. It's more of a flow area, and most of the traffic flows through pretty easily. And then also, if they only wanted to make a left-hand turn, they do have the red light there that's kind of stopping traffic. They have a very clear view of whatever traffic that will be coming around and coming through. So
now, I'm real familiar with that corridor because I I live down the street, so I travel Veterans Memorial every day.
I live there as well. I live right on Cooper Lake, right off of Cooper Lake, so I'm very close to the property.
So the opposition mentioned stipulation letter. Have you drafted a stipulation letter that would specify exactly what your plans are, and what you would be willing to, if the zoning were to be recommended for approval, specifying the use, landscaping, parking, those sorts of things? Have you actually sat down and put something on paper?
Oh, yes,
to
sir. We
memorialize
have
it?
yes, sir. That's my engineers. Like I said, the design that they've created is what we have to submit in order for anything, to go forward. So I have the plans. I have it ready to submit.
I guess what I'm asking for a specific zoning stipulation letter.
Okay.
And it says, item 1, we're zoning this for daycare. This is how many parking spaces. I mean, being very specific on the
Oh,
type
sure.
of use.
That won't be a problem. I'll write that up, draft that up, and send that over if that's one of the requirements. Sure.
Okay,
So
that's
she'll
all.
have something right, so that she'll be
I
very specified.
think that's one of the concerns that I've heard the opposition
Yeah,
mention.
she was saying future use. Like I said, I don't know. All I know is about what I'm trying to do right now, and I plan on being there for a long time because my son is only 16 months, so he'll be there for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions? I know. Okay. I've got a couple of questions of staff. And Amy, DS?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, Amy. Quick question with respect to just traffic circulation. I don't have y'all's recommendations in front of me, but I'm just curious, are you recommending that a decel lane be provided off, well, I guess you couldn't do it, this is a state highway, but in any event, is that something that will be necessitated at this point?
Well, as you mentioned, it's a state highway, so GDOT's recommendation will ultimately hold. So they know they have to get a GDOT permit for the driveway access. But given the relatively low traffic volume and the fact there is not available right away, because they don't have sufficient frontage to put in a decel lane, and the right-of-way wouldn't allow a decel lane to be put in, we asked for instead just an improved radius, and that's what they've got.
Okay, all right. And just in terms of peak travel times, and particularly in the morning, if you are headed south on Cooper Lake, making a left and headed east on Veterans Memorial, what I envision are parents maybe queued up trying to get into there to drop their kids off, and where the traffic, if you are turning left, what happens there at that location? I'm just worried about conflicts and people having to stop to stay away from trying to turn right into the daycare, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. So there is only a single left turn lane there at Cooper Lake. So left turns from Cooper Lake should be coming into the inside lane.
Gotcha.
And people turning into the daycare should be in the outside lane. So yes, there could be conflicts because people don't always follow the guideline of turning into the correct lane, but it based on traffic laws, they should not be conflicting.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Staff? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question for zoning. Do the design guidelines for this corridor apply in this case?
Yes, and it's part of the staff recommendation that they meet the VMH design guidelines.
Okay. Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions at this point in time. I concur with the opposition's sense about this being a commercial piece of property. I do think there is value, obviously, related to looking at this, but also would like to have a little bit better feel for what the applicant is proposing to do. So I'm a little dubious about moving forward and moving this, making a recommendation to move this forward without an actual detailed stipulation letter that I can sort of look at and evaluate before making a recommendation to move this forward to the Board of Commissioners. So with that, I'd like to recommend that we hold this for 30 days, give the applicant time to actually put together a zoning stipulation letter that you can submit to staff and myself to review. And that is my recommendation.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Ballon. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. That's approved by a vote of 3-0. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Morrison, over here. Jeannie, can you get with the applicant and exchange emails to get that letter to and from him so we can review it? Thank you.
And with that, we're going to take a break here at 10:20 and reconvene in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. We are going to go back into session, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z38 of 2022, David Pearson Communities Incorporated. Request rezoning from R30 to R15 OSC for a single-family subdivision and land lots 8 and 9 of the 18th district, land lots 1251, 1266, 1267, 1268, 1269, 1322, 1323, 1324, and 1325 of the 19th district. Property is located on the east and west sides of Brown Road, north of Stout Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? Please stand up, raise your hands.
Got 5.
5. Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here in opposition. All those who want to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay. Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and owner in this application for rezoning. This property actually is a unique opportunity given its size and location for this proposed residential subdivision. The property in total is almost 191 acres. It's 190.92 acres. It's located primarily on Brown Road, but also extends down to the intersection of Brown and Stout Parkway. It's also located, as you can see on this aerial, you see the 2 tracks highlighted. It's separated by Brown Road, comprising the total of 190 acres. To the left, as you see on your screen, the large area to your left there, beyond the property boundaries, it's adjacent to what is Stout Park. In addition, it runs along Sweetwater Creek along the north side. So you see a vast area through here that is largely undeveloped, and that's in large part because of the location of Stout Park, also as a result of Sweetwater Creek, which has an extensive floodplain area. The proposal is to rezone this property to R15 OSC. We think the OSC, meaning the open space community designation, is actually ideal and best suited for any development of this property. Of the 190 acres, we will end up with approximately 125 acres of dedicated open space, which is almost unheard of in terms of one single project that will add contiguous open space along the entire northern portion of this property. So it encapsulates quite a bit of area that will be adjacent to existing Stout Park as well, which provides for tremendous opportunity for conservation for this property, leaving approximately about 65 acres of property that's located outside the floodplain for development of a residential single-family subdivision, a maximum of 130 single-family homes, which again also is a unique opportunity, specifically in this part of the county. And in really any part of the county, I would suggest to you that it has been a long time since we have seen a 65-acre tract being proposed for a single-family subdivision development. We used to see that quite often. In fact, there's a good deal of Cobb County that's built in terms of large, successfully built communities of single-family neighborhoods that have large amenities, a large neighborhood and community that has a strong homeowners association. We see that over and over again throughout Cobb County. We just don't see it recently. That's because we've continued to develop as a county. But in this particular location, we have that opportunity to build a large single-family subdivision that'll have a vast amenity area, which I'll also address. Turning to the site plan, just a few notes, and then I'll get to it in general. The site plan, again, just to be able to scale this down, doesn't even show the entirety of the open space being dedicated along the area that you see only a portion of it there. But what we are proposing is a total of 130 homes, as I suggested. The density from a net density standpoint, as required by Cobb County zoning ordinance, as calculated, is 1.98 units per acre. This property is located within a very low density residential future land use category on your land use map, as the surrounding area is, which encourages or recommends up to 2 units per acre in terms of residential development and density. And so we are within the parameters of the suggested and encouraged guidelines of your future land use plan, which is important. Now, turning again to the site plan, I'm going to go talk about it. And just to orient you, this is Brown and Stout in the intersection here. Again, you can see in this area here, it's approximately 95 acres, which is a large tract of dedicated open space. This is Sweetwater Creek. It crosses over Brown Road, and then beyond this portion of the property here is an additional 40-plus acres of dedicated open space going to the north here. The subdivision itself, again, will have subdivision development on either side of Brown Road, a total of a maximum of 130 homes. What this development does take advantage of, takes advantage of an area here that's approximately a large 7-acre or so amenity area that will involve an existing pond and refurbishment of that pond to provide for amenity for the future residents, as well as a large clubhouse, large pool. The clubhouse will include kitchen, community banquet rooms, gym, fitness center, as well as a lounge and a kitchen facility. There will also be a pavilion provided in context with that large pond to further provide for a high-scale, high-class, upscale amenity center for this proposed subdivision. In addition, this plan calls for the refurbishment of this particular pond location there. Also will serve as a stormwater facility as well as an amenity for the residents, but in a passive sense. With this amount of open space, we're able to provide an extensive nature trail system of connectivity throughout all of the open space that will surround this property and really provide for an exemplary example of a single-family subdivision under an open space community. Absent the open space community, what this property does is it ends up being developed with lots that extend well into the floodplain. You can, as you know, lots can extend into the floodplain as long as a certain portion of the lots are outside the floodplain and buildable. You can do that here. We've provided for a plan and submitted that to your county staff that provided for about 132 R15 lots. In addition, if you did this under another category, you would simply do the same thing. You can gain the square footage you need by simply extending lots out into the floodplain. So this is not, from our standpoint, a situation of smaller lots. Here, we're able to make these smaller lots by simply compressing the rear lengths of those lots, by not having lots that extend well into the floodplain. And we think that's an important component for your consideration here, so that the design of this proposal under your open space community guidelines excludes lots from being within the floodplain. All floodplain areas have to be in dedicated, permanently and perpetually preserved open space, which will include a conservation easement in favor of the county for those purposes. And we believe that's an important component here, to have this amount of open space that will be perpetually and permanently excluded from development or any use whatsoever other than as dedicated, preserved open space. It is an important component, not just from a stormwater standpoint, but from an environmental standpoint as well. In addition, this property, and if we kind of go back to the original screen with the overall area, is also uniquely situated in that While there are a few adjoining single-family tracts and homes, primarily on the left-hand side of this property, what doesn't have what we don't see here, as we oftentimes see, is adjoining neighborhoods to this proposed subdivision. In fact, the closest neighborhood or residential neighborhood to this property is about 900 feet away. And it ranges from 900 to 3,000 feet away as you go around this property in terms of from where we would have our development to any neighboring or area subdivision. And that's excluding, and I'm excluding the ones that are immediately adjoining to us, and you'll see those on the left-hand, kind of the south west side, which are individual single-family homes, which we will provide and have provided for buffering for them. In addition, the kind of the unique nature here that I keep coming back to is this property somewhat encapsulated by the fact that it is encapsulated within so much open space area that it provides for this opportunity. We have now had also the chance to review staff's comments, which were very supportive of the proposed development and again highlighted the unique nature of what's being proposed here. We have reviewed their comments as well as their recommendations. One of their recommendations included a key, I thought, recommendation for to ensure that we had a 40-foot rear setback on certain specified perimeter lots. We are in support of that and are supportive and in agreement with all of staff's comments and recommendations, including the increase of the rear setback to perimeter lots adjacent to existing residential. With that, we would appreciate and respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
That was right on the money, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the opposition now.
Okay, good day. My name is Clinton Rice. I am the HOA president of the subdivision directly on the other side of Sweetwater Creek, Browns Crossing. We are adamantly against the rezoning. If they want to build a subdivision, all we request is that they keep it at R30. The dedicated space that these guys are saying are a dedicated space, it is a flood plain. When it rains hard, it floods every time. Not some of the time, every time. Some of my neighbors, they have water coming up in their backyard when the rain comes up that bad. That's all we could do is just say, we understand that Roy Barnes owns the property. We understand that there's a lot of development going on. We're being overwhelmed with developers. They want the zoning. It's just too much going on in our area. If they want to build what it's zoned for, R30. We're against it. There's a petition. You have a petition. Right now it's at 138. We got over 1,000 views. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. What's going to end up happening if you guys vote for this, the next meeting is going to be flooded with the neighbors coming in. All of the subdivisions, Browns Crossing is against it, Harrington, Ashbrook Hills, McKeechin Park, we are all against it.
My name's Jerry Seagraves. I live on Brown Road. Like he was saying, on that one side, there's just houses up through there. 15 years ago, that was solid woods, like 80 acres. And Mr. Barnes came in there and cut all of those trees down, and it created like a water runoff problem. It runs down across my neighbor's property. He had mud going across his driveway, comes through the front of his yard, through the back of my yard, and it's now like a marsh out there. And so, like he was saying, every time it rains, water comes in there because it's a floodplain. They sugarcoat it, saying it's going to be an area for kids to play or whatever, nature trails, but it's a floodplain. It's a mess. And it's just the way it is. And I'm concerned with what are they going to do with the sewage from all of these homes that they're putting in there. I don't know if they're going to put a facility on there to treat that sewage, because I could be wrong, but my understanding is you can't put that many septic tanks, the field lines, and all the secondary field lines it takes to accommodate that many homes. Thank you.
My name's Pete Mulcair. I live off 5650 Brown Road, and they're gonna jam this one part of the subdivision up against my property. They're gonna put 4 houses. The density is just totally incompatible you know, what's already there. As the other two speakers have mentioned, we have a lot of flooding problems already in the area, and I get a lot of runoff ever since Mr. Barnes cut down all the trees, you know, 10 or 15 years ago. I get a lot of runoff already. With new houses being put in right up above me, I'm going to get the brunt of all that stuff going directly into my front yard. I don't really think this plan's really been thought out very well about for the existing people who are already there. If they want to build, they just need to, you know, keep the existing R30. The density is just way too much. Let the next speaker go.
Hey, my name's Danny Willis. I live on Leah Lane. And my concern is the houses basically are only going to be 10 feet apart. And that just seems incredibly close. And there's nothing like that in that area. That area is pretty rural. I know y'all probably ridden through that area. And the road, Stout Parkway, is a major thoroughfare in the morning. Everybody that goes to I-20 that lives in the closest part of Paulding County and Douglas County, they go down that road. And sewage, I don't know, are they going to put sewage in there? Do you know? I guess they'll have to with 130 houses, right? They won't be able to put those on septic tanks, will they? I don't know. But my father has the property across the road, and I wondered if they were going to put sewage through, are they going to make it available to existing property owners? Or will we be able to connect to it? That's really about all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Is that all of the speakers for opposition? If so, this is also in District 4, so Commissioner Hughes, I'll let you lead our discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Galt. If I could have the applicant come back. Kevin, if you could just speak to a couple of things. One, the percent of floodplain that's going to be used for open space. Do you have that calculation by chance?
The percent of let's see, so the percent of open space that's floodplain, so 100% of the property that has floodplain is dedicated open space, but the percent of open space is somewhere around, and I don't want to misspeak, but floodplain takes about 75–80% of our total open space amount.
Okay. A question for staff: what is there a limitation, I guess, on the percentage of floodplain that can be used for open space in this case?
I believe for open space, the maximum percentage is 70%.
Yes, and we exceed that and acknowledge that. One of the things, though, that again, with this property, there is additional floodplain. There's additional property we can add to this. This is just what we're buying because at a certain point you're continuing to purchase floodplain property, but we could continue to purchase additional property from the owner to get that percentage to meet the code. But to me, you're just then elevating, you're putting form over substance. As we've proposed it, we think it's a correct way to calculate it, number one. Number two, it gives you what I think the purpose of the OSC category, and that is to ensure that you're getting large, contiguous, dedicated open space preserved, which is what we're proposing to do here.
Okay. A couple of comments about sewer and what are the plans for connecting to sewer in this location for this project?
Yes, this, as required by Cobb County, this project and the proposed subdivision will be publicly dedicated sanitary gravity flow sewer, which we will have to install as well as connect to, and those that's required, and we're aware of that and prepared to engage and to do that. There are a good many, and I know the one gentleman asked about connectivity to those who may be there. Where this sewer will come in, I'm not intimately familiar with the engineering, but certainly if the opportunities for them to connect is there, they could connect because it will be a public system. So how that occurs on both sides of the road, that could be an opportunity just depending on the gravity flow for them.
So there'll be no septic for your project?
There's no septic whatsoever for our project. And you should note too, you've got, some of the, there are a couple of subdivisions in the immediate area that were mentioned that are dry sewer, which is no longer allowed. So, I mean, we have an opportunity here to do this according to the county code as it exists now. That is to put sewer in when you're building a residential subdivision and not have that be on dry sewer or septic.
In your earlier remarks, introductory remarks, you noted that staff has recommended approval of this and you accept the recommendations. I wanted to just clarify, I think they're recommending to delete it to R20 OSC.
They did recommend deletion to
okay with
R20,
that?
but their recommendations and comments were in favor of our proposal, but they did recommend R20. But when I was speaking of it, I was, to clarify, speaking to their actual recommendations. They had some recommended conditions of zoning that I was speaking to.
But not necessarily to the R20?
Not necessarily a reduction, correct.
Okay, gotcha, okay. Any other questions from fellow commissioners?
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask one other, just make another comment. I know we had these folks that were here in opposition. We sent out the letters. We have not and had not I've not received a single phone call. I don't know if staff, usually they would alert me. And that's not on them. I mean, whether they received the letter or not, we'd be more than happy to ensure that we meet with them right away. We just haven't had that opportunity. We don't have anybody specifically to contact unless you know they're there. So I'm happy to answer their questions and do that. But I just wanted to make that, whether that's in the next 2 weeks or some other time, we're happy to make those conversations occur.
And I appreciate that comment because that was going to be my next comment. I had not seen any opposition either.
Correct.
I hadn't received any emails. I hadn't seen anything until this morning.
Sure.
So I was a little surprised, and wanted to ask you if there had been any dialogue between you and the community at all with respect to the proposal. And it sounds like obviously there has not been any.
There has not been. But we're happy to have that. I mean, that's an expectation and one we're happy to have. It's just when it has to start by somebody having some contact one way or the other. And as I said, nobody's at fault there. It's just the way these circumstances turned out. Okay. But I want to be clear that we're more than happy to undertake that conversation.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
That's all I have. If I could have opposition come back up real quick.
Okay,
Forgive me, I forgot your name, but.
Yes, Clifton Rice Jr.
Yes, sir. Are you open to some dialogue between the applicant and your community to talk about what they're proposing?
Okay, I'm going to explain that. As far as the opposition, yes, emails have been being sent to the board. There have been responses from the board with the emails being sent. The petition speaks for itself. As you see, the petition is there with 138 and over 1,000 views. Now, as far as talking to David Pearson's attorneys, me personally, there was no reason to talk to David Pearson's attorneys. The developer, David Pearson, has a history of doing what he does as his business practices. You just Google it. So as far as me personally, as I'm concerned, there was no need to talk to him because his history shows how he conducts his business. All we ask is that it just stays at R30, and then what he does is he builds a subdivision that is compatible to what's already there. What they're doing now is they're coming in and they're trying to capitalize and make as much money as possible, and then they're just gonna go off, make their money, just move on. But we still have to live there, and we have to live there. And we already have issues with the flooding. Their dedicated land that they're saying that they're dedicated as open space, they know that they can't build on that land. So it's not dedicated because they would feel like dedicating it. They're dedicating it because they know that every time it rains, it floods. And that's over 105 acres that they're dedicating, that they're calling dedicated space. They can't build on it. Anybody who goes up and down that road knows this. Worst case scenario was happened when we had the flood in '09, that me and my neighbors had to go out there to get my other neighbors out of the subdivision on the boat because Brown Road was completely flooded. The stop sign was underwater. So we're talking about, what, 9, 10 feet of water. It's a flood lane. It's a flood lane. Just can't explain no better than that.
So just to clarify, so you're not interested in meeting with them?
The developer, no. What we're concerned is as the elected officials, we are interested in talking to you guys. We understand that I can't speak, I'm just speaking for me personally. Not interested in talking to David Pearson's attorneys, nor David Pearson, because he has a history of doing what he does.
Right.
Now, if Roy Barnes wants to talk, because he owns the land, and having a conversation with Roy Barnes, and he's been here the whole time, I'll have a conversation with Roy Barnes. But David Pearson, no, sir.
So just before you leave, I just want to clarify, you're in Browns Crossing?
Yes, sir. I'm the HOA president of Browns Crossing, 111 homes.
And
Also been in contact with McKeachin Park. I don't know how many homes is there. Ashbrook Hills, Harrington, Cool Amber Forest. These are all the subdivisions that are on Brown Road. Every last subdivision is against this. Every last one. Now, the folks could not come in here and be here because obviously, it's a holiday weekend, or coming from a holiday weekend, and they also have to work. Depending on how you guys vote, what's going to end up happening is, depending on how you guys vote, what's going to end up happening is at the next meeting, it's probably going to be flooded with concerned constituents that are going to come up in here and they're going to be highly pissed. We don't want it. Only thing they can do is build based on what is zoned. That's it.
So just before you leave, I'm just noting that your property, or that subdivision that you live in is actually zoned R20, correct?
Well, if they go R20 building something that's compatible to what's on Brown Road, then how can we complain with that? But we do know R15. We know what they want to do is they want to pack as many houses that they can possibly pack in with the land that they can use, because all of the other land that they quote unquote dedicated for as a buffer, they know they can't build on that land. They know they can't. The houses will be underwater.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have any other questions? Okay. I think based on the testimony I've heard here this morning from the applicant and the opposition, I'm prepared to offer a motion to recommend approval of the application subject to staff's comments and recommendations and deleting the request to R20 OSC. And that's my motion. And let me add to that, including the stipulations, and I do not have the date of the stipulation letter that the applicant submitted. And the June 24th, 2022 zoning stipulation letter provided by the applicant.
Can you consider one more condition that states the district commissioner shall approve the final site plan? Okay.
Yes.
Since we're deleting it down.
Yes, and the district commissioner will approve the final site plan.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
Second for purposes of discussion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Ballon. I'll open it for discussion.
And I'm just wondering if it might be worthwhile seeing this laid out as a R20 OSC plan consistent with staff recommendation before we move on it, so we can see if there's something that needs to be done to protect the adjoining property owners.
I'm open to that. I'm open to that. So withdraw prior motion. And I'll move to hold the application for 30 days while we give the applicant time to prepare a new site plan that complies with the R20 OSC.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Y'all seconding and doing it. Does the withdrawal stand, or do we have to vote on that? I'm looking at the staff attorney.
Could you repeat that question?
I was just making sure the withdrawal stood, or because we were in discussion on the first
Did
motion.
we have a second on the withdrawal? I mean, on the original motion?
We did. So do we have to vote on
Just
that?
permission from the second to withdraw and proceed with the new motion.
Got it. So we have permission from your second to,
Yes,
perfect.
Mr. Chair.
And then we will move forward with the new motion on the table, and that, I have a second from
Yes.
Commissioner Blouin on the amended, or the new motion, not amended, the new motion. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Okay, let's approve by a vote of 3-0 to hold for 30 days for a site plan to be drawn up for R20 OSC. Thank you.
And just for the folks in attendance, the next hearing is August the 2nd. All right. Next case is LUP 8 of 2022. Donna Jordan requests a temporary land use permit to allow 2 houses on 1 lot in land lot 42 of the 18th District. The property is located on the north side of Lee Road, west of Veteran Memorial Highway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 8? One? Let the record show there's 1 person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Abernathy. I live at 264 Lee Road, and I've been there for like 40 years, and I don't know why all of a sudden we're having a problem with my house being there, because it's been there since, I think, 79. And the last time I was in here, this lady, I don't know what her name is, said that I wouldn't let code enforcement come back in my backyard because the terror of big dogs and everything. Okay, that has been resolved. She's been out there twice. She was out there, as a matter of fact, I believe the last time was Wednesday or Thursday, did a walkthrough of my backyard. We had 2 sheds in the back. One used to be where my goats stayed in years and years ago, but we don't have goats anymore. And another I called my cat den because I got a bunch of cats and I feed them under there. But anyway, she asked us to tear that down. We got on there immediately, and it was tore down the same day. And there was a camper in the backyard that used for storage, and it had to be moved out of the backyard onto the cement driveway in front, and it has been moved. And like I said, Wednesday when the lady come back out there, she was very happy. She said she was going to put in her report that we have done everything she's asked us to do, and it shouldn't be a problem to get a temporary land use permit for another 2 years.
Okay, is that, if that's everything you want to say, we'll hear from the opposition now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robin Meyer, and I chair the Zoning Committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We appreciate the improvements that have been made on this property, and would recommend that you recommend approval of the land use permit subject to some conditions. First, that the land use permit be for the term of 1 year rather than the 2 years requested, so that there would be an opportunity to make sure that the improvements made remain. That the RV, the recreational vehicle, cannot be used for living space, that all vehicles, including the RV, be parked in the driveway on hardened surface, that there be no vehicles, including the RV, in the backyard, that the application for the renewal of the land use permit be filed in a timely fashion by May of 2023. This land use permit has expired, I believe, about a year ago. There was quite a delay in filing for the renewal. And that the applicant contact Cobb County Code Enforcement for an inspection in December of 2022 just to make sure that that things are staying on track. I have no doubt that that will be the case, but if we have some involvement from code enforcement ahead of the application and the next hearing process, then I think things will go a lot more smoothly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This case is also in District 4, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. I know that staff has recently been out to the site to conduct an inspection of the property. If I could get staff to just kind of quickly summarize what the status of the property is based on the most recent inspection from code enforcement.
Commissioner Hughes, the code enforcement staff has been out there. 2 of these sheds have been removed, as the applicant stated. A bunch of appliances and a couch have been removed from the property that were stored outside. And the camper has been moved from a dirt place to on a concrete driveway. And it's my understanding that the camper is only used for storage, it's not used for living in.
I also think I'd seen that, I think code enforcement said that the camper may need a current tag, if I remember correctly. Is that,
Yeah,
do we know if that's?
the camper does have to have a tag on it if it's parked in the driveway. So
Okay.
they will have to get a current tag if it does not have one already.
Okay, all right. Any questions?
I don't have any questions for staff. Do you? No.
Okay. I want to thank the applicant. I appreciate the opportunity of allowing code enforcement to get on the property to actually conduct the inspection. I also want to thank the applicant for actually removing the items that were there that were of concern, and certainly out of code. Glad you've moved the trailer onto a hardened surface. At this time, I think I'm ready to offer a recommendation to approve the land use permit subject to some conditions, subject to the conditions established by staff and those recommendations. In addition to that, I'd like to recommend that this be approval for a 2-year period, but that code enforcement inspect the property on a quarterly basis, given the recent history, to ensure that there's continued compliance during the 2-year permit period. And that the applicant also secure the necessary tag for the camper. And that is my motion.
Okay. Second for purposes of discussion again.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Ballon, so we'll open for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would just be regarding the 2 other mixed suggestions regarding no RV for living space and that any RV be parked on a hardened surface. I just want to be ascertain whether there's a recommendation or in that regard.
I'm open to including those 2 items. One, that all vehicles be parked on the driveway on hardened surfaces. No vehicles may be parked in the backyard.
Okay, I second that as second the amended motion.
So with the proper second of the amended motion, I'll call the question. And so that is approved by a vote of 3-0 for authorization of that temporary land use permit. Thank you.
Okay, next case is LUP 10 of 2022. Jose A. Orellana requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 16 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Birchwood Road and on the east side of Walnut Circle. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 10?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right, he wants to get the temporary land use permit for 5 vehicles because he has 4 kids and plus his own personal vehicle. And
No, aquí no traigo nada.
no, but he didn't bring the paperwork and stuff like that.
Más solo vengo por los permisos de los 5 carros, pues, porque los 5 vivimos ahí, pues todos trabajamos en diferente horario. Y no podemos estar alguien sin un carro, pues no podemos trabajar.
Yeah, because each individual person has their own personal vehicle for their own personal use and their own work. And he wants to basically get the temporary land permit. If that's fine.
Y me pidieron en la oficina 20 firmas de todos los vecinos y yo las llevé también porque todos me firmaron.
And then had asked for the 20 signatures from the residents around, and he already brought it in for that. That's all.
Ya, todo. Gracias. Solo por el permiso.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you can stay. You can stay there. I'll turn. This is in District 4, so Commissioner Hughes, I'll ask you to lead the question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I don't really have any questions of the applicant at the moment. I'll talk to staff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I noted in some of the staff's analysis that there was a code violation issued for this property back in February of this year. Can you, staff just go into a little bit of detail what the violation was?
Commissioner Hughes, it looks like the county staff did go out there on February 19th, and we found violations for litter. There's trash and debris and tree debris out. Parking standards, how they're parking on the grass or gravel. Permitted uses for a single-family dwelling with too many cars, and for some outdoor storage that was not permitted by the county code.
And what is staff's recommendation regarding this request?
Staff's recommendation was to deny the request, Commissioner Hughes, based on the impact it had on the neighborhood, which caused them to file a code enforcement complaint.
Okay, thank you. I know there's no opposition here this morning, but I have received at least 2 emails of concern, particularly the location where vehicles are parked tend to be at the intersection or on the corner, and neighbors have indicated their concerns about trying to or not having the proper sight distance when they're trying to move out into the intersection, and very concerned about safety from that standpoint. So that's just an observation or an email that I received. I don't know if my fellow commissioners have any questions.
Not a staff.
Okay. And it looks like the applicant's left. Okay. Well, I guess at this point then I'm ready to offer a motion to deny the land use permit 10-2022 as submitted. That's my.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Ballon. Is there any discussion? Not, I'll call the question. So I vote to 3-0 that in denial of that temporary land use permit. Thanks.
Okay, next case on the agenda is OSC 1 of 2022, Green Community Development LLC, requesting rezoning from R20 to R20 OC for a single-family subdivision in land lot 740 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Kenridge Court, north of Kenridge Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to OSC 1? Please raise your hands. Yes, 15? Let the record show there's 15 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hi, my name is Michelle Graves, and I'm a resident of Cobb County and lived here my whole life. I'm the owner and broker of Presley Roth Real Estate. I've been in real estate for over 20 years, mostly working in new construction. I've also grown up in real estate. My parents both worked for builders that developed and built many communities in the 80s throughout Cobb County. So I've been around the industry really my whole life. So my team and I have been honored to work with Mr. Hunt and Hartcraft, and the property that he's looking to get a variance for is actually it's located in the same high school district that I even went to in Sprayberry, so I'm very familiar with the area and with the market as well. It's located, you know, kind of up on a hill amongst all these other communities, and he really is, the product that he's building is, I feel like, can really revolutionize home building. It's a product that is fireproof, mold-proof, termite-proof. It's unlike anything that I've seen in building in my career. And particularly with, you know, the rising cost of lumber, I feel like it's something that, you know, hopefully we start to see more of. And this is something that he's looking to build up there. It's, you know, we've had 2 meetings with the HOA, and again, unlike any other builder or developer I've seen, he's really tried to go above and beyond in addressing their concerns and any objections that they've had. You know, my team and I have attended both of the meetings, and, you know, he's followed up with, you know, answered all the questions and really tried to overcome every objection that they had, including follow-up emails as well. So we've also really had a big housing shortage, as everyone knows, in Cobb County. We're at 1.5 month supply in this price point, and a healthy market is, you know, 4 to 6 months, according to the National Association of Realtors. So we really have a big housing need there. And this product, again, it's going to be an amazing product to be built. He's also, you know, the minimum buffer requirement is 35 feet. In most of the areas around the property, he has 80 foot of buffer. And again, this property is significantly higher grade-wise than the rest of the development. But in most cases, he's at 85 feet. In one area, he's had the minimum requirement of 35. But, you know, he's really tried to do everything he could to appease the homeowners of Kinridge and really try to, you know, appease them in making them satisfied with what he's building here. I think it'll be a great product, great for the community and the neighborhood, and that's why my team and I support it, and hope everyone here does as well.
You come over.
Thanks.
My name is Christopher Hunt of Green Community Development and Hartcraft Homes. I'm very excited to present this. And apart from the homes, what's very important is the design of the subdivision. It's going to win awards. We are extremely sustainable. And the things that I've voluntarily worked with the homeowners, the first meeting, I wasn't even allowed to attend, okay? And then when I found out about it by accident ahead of time, they said, you're not welcome to come. And they had a list of false information that would exasperate and make opposition emotionally, you know, based on error, which is wrong. When I addressed all that, they changed their position and they invited us to the second meeting. At the second meeting, went into a lot of depth, and there have been some engineering concerns in the past by other developers where one of the homeowners had some flooding issues. I'm very empathetic to that. And we more than addressed every issue. The only issue that we have remaining right now was the staff's recommendation for denial that was, you know, in the very beginning, and they don't change it. You know, you can make adaptions, you can do different things from what I understand talking with Terry. So is the density, and it's very, very important that I address one issue about the density. The density, as staff recommendations shows it's R20 on 3 sides and then R15 along the largest face of the property. So the largest face of the property is contiguous to an R15. That is at density 2.25. Staff recommends, actually states that. So our density is equal to the R15. I had to make a judgment call. if I lived in that neighborhood, would I rather have a rezoning to R15 and be no opposition at all, and staff would probably give a recommendation, or would I rather have an R20 and just have a variance for the amount of homes that are equal to that's there? And if you realize that that neighborhood can't be seen by anybody, and I do things by, you know, the golden rule. If I lived there, what would I want? And I would prefer to see it R20 and just grant a variance of an unperceivable 4 homes that would equal all my neighbors anyways. And the reason why we're doing that is because it's super expensive to develop there. And what I'm proposing to do, being so sustainable, is very expensive. Every other issue we're able to mitigate and address and supersede. The issue where I'm only 35 feet away from one neighbor, if you look at the site design, you'll see where there's an existing home on what is the southern side, and that is closer, as close as the building setback will be for the new homes. And we're proposing to put in magnolias with trellis so that it's 365 visibility blockage. And what's very important also is to realize that the topography on this site is such that these homes are up over. You don't even look across. You'll be looking into ground. You'd have to look up and try to see, and therefore the privacy issue is almost mute for most of the homes, because once you're in a home and you look out, you're just going to be looking over the roof. So this is a spectacular site. And my first time here, am I allowed to reserve time for rebuttal or anything?
No.
Okay. Well, so the most important issue is to realize that we've more than super adequately addressed any water drainage issues, to where one of the neighbors said, well, can you divide it and put 2 tanks, detention ponds under, and I said, sure, if we could, you know, that'd be a little more expensive, but let me see what the engineers do. Everything I say, I'm willing to put into writing, okay? I've submitted after the last meeting. We got a little bit backed out because I thought we were invited to the first meeting and then found out we weren't, so we got delayed a few weeks, but I've been and then I held on my own initiative a 3rd meeting to allow me the chance to address any issues. So I've paid engineers hundreds of dollars to disprove any of the original concerns that were exaggerations and, you know, regardless, some flat-out lies. And you're going to hear some emotional things, and it's like there's supposed to be a walking trail. Originally, I was like, we don't need a walking trail because we've got the circular drive and we've got a park area, and I would rather not have someone walking along my boundary, which is actually an OSC okay thing. And some of the neighbors were like, yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. So I don't care. We'll have wood chips. We can put it down there and comply. I'm just trying to show you that I'm not one of these developers that cheats and finagles or does anything. Everything I'm doing has a legitimate reason, and it's per code. And the only thing we're addressing really today about a recommendation for approval to move on to the next level is the extra homes that would conform to the density of the adjoining neighbors. So if they're going to come up here and complain about density, they should be addressing their neighbors, all their neighbors that adjoin them. You know, if I was trying to cram a square peg in a round hole, cheating and doing something, that would be an issue. But if you're looking at, sometimes that's why you have variances. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. Everything else, we're conforming and superseding in every area, even to the addressing of issues of, you know, the fire marshal and trying to make concessions, whatever would be necessary. But the grade works by the engineers. There's steeper grades. You're going to hear all these arguments and, oh, well, the grades. Well, the engineer did a study, and the streets are actually steeper getting to our place than there. And we've only got 2 homes. There's only 2 homes between our development in Kenridge, which is a major, you know, you can't say thoroughfare because that's got a technical legal term, but what you can say is that it's a major street that goes from East Piedmont to Sandy Plains. And people cut through, they've got speed bumps. And I've offered on my own initiative to put in traffic calming of 3-way stops with white lines at every 3-way to instead
you got 1 minute.
Okay, instead of going boom, 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 and to do some islands that would be traffic calming. Everything I'm trying to do is an enhancement and a benefit. This subdivision will win national awards, and it's going to, and the homes are separate of it. I'm just talking about the development itself right now. If you look at the design, you look at the use of the facility, and the OSC, it's very important, and the green space are both covenanted with the fence on the inside, so you're actually getting twice the amount of space. Thank you very much. And I'm available for any questions or comments.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now.
These are for the commissioners, if you'd like to spread them to them.
Hi, I'm Alan Smith. In 1993, my wife and I pulled onto the street where we live at 2076 Kinridge Court after spending Thanksgiving with her parents. Our street was clogged with fire, television, and other emergency vehicles because the home on the ridge at 2077 Kinridge Court was burning to the ground. No emergency vehicles could ascend the driveway because it is too steep. The homeowner was out of town, the homeowner of 2077, visiting relatives for the holiday. That homeowner, Roy Moat, developed Piedmont Bend subdivision and built the two homes at 2077 and 2079 Kinridge Court for his family to live in perpetuity. Mr. Moat passed away in 2000. In 2003, we attended the Cobb Board of Commissioners, or BOC's, hearing at which the board denied a developer's proposal to build 4 homes on the 5.27 acres of 2077 Kinridge Court. The 2003 denial included statements from stormwater management that 1, over 65% of the land is on ground sloping in grade from 25 to 34%, too steep for development. 2, only 1/2 acre in the northwest corner and 1.3 acres in the southeast corner are on land with slopes less than 25%. And 3, the county arborist express approval is required for removal of any vegetation on slopes of 25% or more. Also in 2003, a Cobb commissioner and an engineer studied the driveway's grade. At the BOC hearing, the commissioner stated that the driveway is above grade. The Cobb County Development Standards state, quote, maximum grade for a local residential road shall be 18%, end quote. The current developer acknowledges in writing that the grade is, quote, a few degrees above the 18%, end quote. Beyond the natural erosion from the stormwater runoff, no man-made improvements to the severe topography of the property have been made since the house at 2077 Kinridge Court burned down in 1993. The adjacent 2.05 acres at 2079 Kinridge Court included in the current proposal shares that same severe topography. Given the emergency access and stormwater concerns created by the severe topography of the ridge and driveway up to it, the homeowners of the surrounding subdivisions, Glenwood Ridge, Cambridge Park, Sandy Plains Estates, and Piedmont Bend, respectfully request the Cobb Planning and Zoning Board deny zoning case OSC 1 2022. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Chris Lindstrom, and representing the East Cobb Civic Association and case manager for OSC-1. We have submitted 66 signatures in opposition to OSC-1 to the county clerk. The property is on top of a steep ridge with 4 subdivisions below surrounding the ridge. The ridge entrance is a 1-lane driveway, and despite having 2 meetings with the developer, ECCA still has concerns with this project. This OSC plan is not appropriate at this site. It is not the intention of an OSC to significantly increase overall densities, and in this case, the density of the OSC will be 2.34 units per acre. This, quote, exceeds the 1.75 prescribed for the R20 district. This OSC also depends on multiple variances to make the homes fit onto the allowed space. Some of the variances include reduced setbacks and increase the density of homes. Will the height of the homes also require a variance? Will that variance include elevator and stairwell shafts? Will a variance be needed in the OSC areas that are less than 25 feet wide, lots 1, 11, 12, and 13, and 15? As the staff analysis points out, quote, the need for variances indicates the request may not be appropriate here, and ECCA absolutely agrees. Stormwater management, fire department access, water, sewage, and increased traffic are the central concerns for the neighbors as well as county staff. As stormwater management states, quote, due to the steepness of the topography, downstream properties could be adversely affected by this project, unquote. ECCA feels that these issues have not been adequately addressed by the applicant, and referring to the applicant's stipulation letter under drainage bullet 3, the letter states no single main drainage is needed. The Cobb County requires stormwater detention for subdivision. If there is no single main storage facility, then what is the underground detention pond shown on the site plan used for? Should have been in the stipulation letter. All homes, bullet 4, and drainage, bullet 5. The letter states that there will be 100% water retention for homes and subdivision irrigation. There is no indication of how this is done in writing, nor was it explained at either neighborhood meeting. ECCA still has questions normally covered in a stipulation letter, such as signage, blasting hours, whether there's going to be an HOA definition of the covenants and restrictions, lighting, construction hours, buffers, traffic. The stipulation submitted late is lacking, and ECCA would like to see the renderings submitted to the county of the proposed homes. And finally, the last point is a site plan is confusing. What does community space mean? The OSC and community green space should not be combined on the site plan or anywhere else because the OSC belongs to the community. The community green space is part of the homeowner's lot. So is the community green space really an amenity for the subdivision? ECCA supports the Cobb County staff in recommending denial of this application in its entirety. There are too many variances, the density is way too much, and the lack of stormwater management controls is unaddressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker.
Hi, my name is Deva Jebababa, and I represent Piedmont Bend in opposition to OSC-1. I'd like to switch directions now and talk to you about life on the directly affected section of Kinridge Court, where the entryway for the proposed development will sit and where 14 inhabited homes currently are today. 6 of the homes have minors under the age of 18, including my own. 4 of those 6 families have elementary-age children who access the bus stop located at the entry point of Kinridge Court, where it meets with Kinridge Road at a blind and dangerously steep corner. It comes down the hill there. There are no speed bumps along this section of Kinridge Road, no bus stop sign, and no street lamp. This is particularly painful to note during the 3 months of winter when the 9 elementary-aged children are navigating to and then waiting at this bus stop for the bus's 7:06 arrival time. Furthermore, as we live in the cul-de-sac of the affected part of Kinridge Court with no sidewalks, my kids get to navigate their walk along the road, passing the 13 other homes with their 26-plus cars. Adding the proposed development of 16 homes directly on my street will more than double the number of cars to roughly 60 cars that my children and anyone else who wants to walk their dog or go for a bike ride on this street will need to navigate, not to mention all the service and delivery drivers that will be further added to this mix. Currently, Kinridge Court is barely 2 cars across in width with an even tighter cul-de-sac. Both our trash service and the USPS have repeatedly told us that they cannot service our homes if any cars are parked at the entrance of or within the cul-de-sac itself. So while the peaceful cul-de-sac is public property, not mine alone, my cul-de-sac neighbors and I are already serving as traffic cops to ensure services reach us regularly. We are also the ones on our hands and knees weekly every fall cleaning muck out of the 2 storm drains and the center drainage of this cul-de-sac to ensure that water coming from Kinridge Road all along Kinridge Court, which slopes down into our cul-de-sac, will continue to flow directly into the sewers and not flood the 4 cul-de-sac homes. Clearly, then, the level of road congestion and runoff issues we face on Kinridge Court are already very serious. The final and perhaps most critical point I want to make today is that the children my kids play with the most live directly next to the entry point of this proposed development, right at the right of that driveway. Chris, the children's father, is an honorably discharged sergeant from the U.S. Marines, a combat veteran with 100% disability and full... Yes.
You've run out of time, but give me 1 second.
I'm nearly done, sir. Thank you, sir. He's a combat veteran with 100% disability and full-fledged medically diagnosed PTSD as a result of the numerous explosions, minefield detonations, and other traumatic events he lived through during the invasion of Iraq. In talking with these 2 neighbors, they have made it crystal clear with these dear neighbors, they've made it crystal clear that 2 years of heavy, loud, diesel-powered machinery going up and down that driveway directly next to their house will be beyond traumatic for Chris to handle. 2 years is the timeline that Dr. Hunt has confirmed with me at the June 14th Mountain View Library meeting as how long it will take to build this development. Chris has had several relapses recently and is still struggling to manage his PTSD while trying to create a safe and peaceful home for his wife and 3 young children. I'm here before you today pleading you to not move ahead with any of Dr. Hunt and his team's plans because there are too many human factors at stake. To let this development proceed in any shape or form is to put profit over people. The lives of our children will be severely impacted and the mental health of one man will be irreparably damaged. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out today.
Thank you. For the applicant, the opposition went over for a minute, so you can come back up and have a minute.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to ask now if I could go over, because I'm only going to address exactly what was stated, because
You can't go over, but you can use your minute to.
Well, I'm going to ask you to ask me questions about clarification, and this is the first I've heard of some of these things, and some of the things were totally addressed, and they're misstatements. We're supposed to swear when we come up here and tell the truth, and yet some of the things they're talking about were clearly addressed and even written, so I'm sorry. Like, you know, one of the homeowner representatives actually said they were interested in one of the homes at one time. So the issue comes down to the veteran. I never even heard about that. I'm the type of person who would say, okay, I can't do anything about the noise, but in appreciation for what he's done, as we're giving 10% of our net operating profits after to impact at good faith-based things in Cobb County, I'd be willing to relocate him for a little while just till we get done with it. So I don't know how else to address it, but I would like to ask, please ask me any pointed, hard questions, because I have addressed everything that they talked about in meetings. And these people some of these people didn't even show up to the 3rd meeting, and that list, I'm going to say, is false. I'm going to say they got that list during their secret first meeting based on lies. And it's only 1%. I have an engineer's letter on the website that says 1%.
Your time has expired. So you can have a seat for me. All right, this is in District 3, which is Commissioner Dance, and since she's not here, I will be leading the discussion. So first, I want to start with staff. And so let me first start with you, Mr. Peterson. And ask questions about the recommendation for denial, and if you could speak to me about the density issues and concerns.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. To use the OSC code, there's a number of criteria that you have to meet. And one of the main criteria that's never been given a variance is the density cap. The density for OSC is capped at 1.75 units per acre, and this is over that at 2.1, 2.3 units per acre. So it exceeds the density by a few houses.
Thank you. Any additional questions for John? No. Okay. Let me have stormwater.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Thanks, Carl. Many questions in both the staff analysis as well as things we've heard today regarding the topography and issues around stormwater. Could you talk about the possibility of adversely impacted communities based on this project?
Well, anytime you have steep runoff like this, even though it's currently wooded, you still have a lot of runoff from the sites. Once you remove the vegetation, you increase the runoff. Even before you even construct any house or anything, you're going to increase the runoff. So the steepness of the topography makes it difficult to simulate how the existing drainage is. The existing drainage is in a sheet flow fashion in all directions from the top of the hill in every direction. So if they have a stormwater detention system that's underground, at some point it's going to have to discharge. And so to discharge a vault or a tank or whatever you want to call it, it would have to be done via pipe. So at that pipe would be considered a point discharge. At that point, it doesn't simulate what's existing out there today. So it's at the end of that pipe, they would have to come up with some engineering type of device to simulate the runoff in a sheet flow fashion. That's going to be kind of difficult, but I won't say that it can't be done.
Thank you, Carl. Any other questions for Carl Stormwater? Commissioner Balloon.
Sometimes, as in a prior case here today, there's a recommendation made for some other form of project. Here, that wasn't done. Here, there was just a recommendation for denial. Is part of the problem this runoff issue that you've identified?
Right now, they're showing that they have a detention system underground in the road, under the private road. At this point in the stage of the process of a project, we don't get enough details to see how that's going to function or how it's going to work. It's not required. So to answer, is it a problem? It's going to be difficult to discharge the runoff of this. His stipulation letter says that it would be 100% water retention for the homes and subdivisions. I don't see how that's possible without holding it and doing something else with it.
Thank you.
You have questions for Carl? Carl, thank you. You can sit. No, we'll call you when we're ready to talk to you. All right, we got you. Got you. All right, let me have you come up, applicant. And I have a couple of questions. One, with your stipulation letter that you sent, you heard from the East Cobb Civic Association that kind of called out some issues with the stipulation letter or some things missing in terms of additional information about the neighborhood, HOA, signage, blasting hours. Is that something that you've already accounted for and could be added to a stipulation letter, or?
Commissioner Vaught, absolutely. In fact, there's not going to be any blasting. We already talked about that. And the things that I want to address that's very important is, in all due respect to the engineer about the water, he'll verify this if you want to ask him to come back up. Right now, you've got a crown, okay? And there is the water runoff issue. But if we're bringing it down and becoming level between the homes and having the basements be anywhere from 10 to 14 feet, and if you've noticed the home designs, they've got living roofs. We don't run water off like normal conventional homes. We have living roofs where they're going to be up there enjoying it. And that's how we're able to do and we've got organic gardens, we've got beehives, everything up there where they're able to hold 100% of the water. Our driveways are not even concrete. Our driveways are grass paved. So a lot of the issues that you see, we have 4 parking places per home instead of just 2. And if you'll notice around the oval circle, we've got grass paved. And the fire marshal and I, we went back and they said, well, we like 26. I go, is it better to have 26 where the neighbor even talked about people parking in the road that can obstruct things versus 20-foot clear to highway standards? I've built subdivisions all my life. I've got one which I built in my 20s that's never had repair work. And then you have grass paved where the cars can park optionally. So what we've done is we've mushed all the homes up as tight as possible. Any variance that we have is only for the neighbor's benefit. And in regards to, they saw plans. They saw plans that had delineated what is green space, and they've been submitted to the county. And green space versus OSC. What I'm doing voluntarily is making the green space as restrictive as the OSC with the required fencing that they wanted to have in between the home and the green space, so you've got 80 feet. And so there's no corners cut here, sir. And so the water drainage issue has been addressed, and it's very doable.
We heard from Stormwater, so they still said that it would be difficult. So thank you for your explanation.
But just like people say that our homes, I've got patents on our homes. These are engineered designs.
I have a question about the homes. So just bear with me. We're gonna let you get everything in, but I got questions about the homes. We didn't see renderings beyond what we got here. So are there detailed renderings of the homes? More detailed, the facades? Do those exist at this time?
I did not bring them with me. We can have them supplied. We do not have any variances for height. No variances for height. I'm actually, in my stipulations, I'm under the code, and I'm saying the only reason we would even get higher than under the code is just to put an elevator shaft or a stairway shaft up to the living rooftop deck, which you can't see from the street or the homes. But I'm just saying, in all honesty, these homes are going to be under code. So you see how they twist everything and they manipulate things to try to poison it instead of being honest? It's sad. After 3 meetings, which a lot of the people didn't show up at the 3rd one. So go ahead.
No, yeah. Let's just try to stick to my questions. My answers. I'm not trying to promote contentious between the neighbors and you. I just need to know the answers, and we'll get there. Let's talk about the density. You heard the density issues. The cap for this zoning is 1.75, and you exceed that. Has there been any thought or attempt to lower the density or lower the amount of homes on the property?
Yes, Commissioner Vaught, I am open to that, but as I shared, my argument was this. I'm actually under the density by the largest property owners of R15. They didn't mention to you, last staff, what the density allowance is for R15. It's,
right,
I'm at 2.25.
Hold on 1 second, because we're only talking about the density for your property, right?
Yes.
So what we've heard from staff is that the density, you exceeded based on what you've put forth in the application. That's why they recommended denial.
Yes.
Have you taken into account and tried to come up with another plan that meets the density requirement? That's the only thing I'm asking.
Okay. Commissioner Vaught, I can address that density issue 2 ways.
Mm-hmm.
I can, as I opened instead, we can do R20 and have a variance for 4 homes, or we can do R15 with no variances. So the only issue that anybody can complain about at all is if you were a neighbor and you were looking, first of all, you can't even see it except for the wintertime when you look through the trees, is are you going to want 12 homes or 16 homes? Would you rather have an R20 zoning to stabilize that side, or would you allow an R15, and, which is the adjoining property that would come in naturally, and not have it? I thought, and I'm open to that discussion if they want to do it. The issue is that the development cost of what I'm trying to do is so expensive that the better plan is to allow the extra homes. And it's very important to know about once you level it, and and it's been explained to everybody, it becomes a holding. It's no longer a shear factor.
Yeah. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay, you can have a seat.
If you want to make a recommendation of
No,
R20.
we're good. You can.
Okay.
Yep, thanks. I appreciate you. Can I have Opposition East Cobb Civic Association come back? Thank you.
Yes.
I want to talk about the meetings with the applicant, and you guys met, and you said in your submitted, you said that even after these meetings, you still had these concerns, and so in asking for some of the things that you guys asked for or additional things in the stipulation letter, has the applicant been amenable to that?
I have talked, tell me your question. Tell me
Yeah,
your question.
you put a lot in. You referenced in your material that y'all had 2 meetings.
Yes.
But you still had concerns. Have y'all asked the applicant for some of the concerns that you've had, that you brought forward?
Well,
and they just weren't met, or I'm just
yes.
trying to get where you
yes.
are, where you're at.
I understand. There were 2 meetings with the neighborhoods, and he was very vague, and he would change. For example, they asked him about 16 homes on that site, and you'd have to go up there. It just can't handle. It's just not, it can't handle 16 homes. Could he reduce it? Oh, no, well, you know, the prices are up high, and we cannot, we would love to, but we cannot do that. So there's a lot of confusion between what he said and then what he puts down. There was confusion on what he would show on his, for example, in the homes. He did show us the vision of his homes, and it's a great vision, but for someplace else, not the ridge. But what he told us is that the basements were going to run from anywhere from 11 to 16 feet high. Today, he said they would be 10 feet high. So it's all these different mixed messages that are confusing neighbors. It's confusing me. I've had several, early on, I had several one-on-one conversations, and I just still don't, until I see it in writing. And the site plan that he submits is very confusing too. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for, okay, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm ready to offer a motion. I move in support of staff recommendation for denial, and that's my motion. I have a second by Commissioner Hughes. I'll call for discussion. If none, let's call the question. So that's a vote of 3-0 for denial of, I'm messing up, OSC 1, sorry, thanks. With that, I think we're going to break for lunch for an hour, and we will reconvene at 1:05. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thank you for indulging our lunch break. And we will get right into our next case. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z39, Carlos H. Munez Serrano. Request a rezoning from GC and R20 to LI for a parking lot in land lot 107 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Lions Club Drive, west of Gloria Drive. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z39, Carlos H. Munez Serrano? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? One. Let the record show there's one person opposed. Mr. Chairman of the Board, it looks like the applicant has not shown up, but there is one person here opposed.
Okay, we'll hear from the opposition. We're okay with hearing from the opposition.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Mableton Improvement Coalition. I'm here today to ask that you recommend denial of this application. As you know from your staff comments and recommendations, this property is Catamount neighborhood on the east to an undeveloped portion of Lions Club Park on the north. Property recently purchased by a church on the west and a mobile home community on the south. The property is accessed by narrow roads without sidewalks, shoulders, or curbs. Candidly, there's barely room for 2 cars to pass on some portions of Gloria Drive and some portions of Lions Club Drive as well. This is not a good location for heavy commercial equipment traffic. I know the applicant in his application indicated that he would have his equipment coming and going only once or twice a day, and that way may well be his business model right now. But once the property is zoned, if the property were to be zoned light industrial, there would be no way for that assurance to carry forward. Light industrial is light industrial, not light industrial with truck traffic only once a day or twice a day. There's no site plan for the property. In fact, the application as submitted doesn't even show the parking lot itself. Right now, the parking lot is filled with material. I'm using that term pretty widely. Some of it's on pallets, some of it's sort of scattered around. Other are the kinds of building materials such as gravel that is stored in piles. There's equipment such as bobcats. There are a number of different box trucks with different business logos and information on them. Pickup trucks, trailers, and things of that nature. There's been no effort to to improve the appearance of this property. The right-of-way is not mowed. There's been a fence put up, a gate put up, but is closer to the road than is appropriate. Consequently, if vehicles could not turn into the property because the gate was locked, they would be blocking the road. There's also a question as to whether or not there's a variance needed for a state stream buffer on the northern portion of the property. I included in my letter to you some screenshots of the roads accessing this property. So I think you'll see that this is certainly not a prime commercial location. So we would ask that you protect the adjacent neighborhoods and send a signal that simply because a lot is vacant does not make it appropriate for this type of activity, and recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I saw maybe one additional person come in. Can we call for the applicant one further time?
Okay, is the applicant here for rezone case Z39, Carlos H. Munez Serrano?
All right, thanks. This is also in District 4, so I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Hughes for discussion, to lead our discussion, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I share many of the same concerns that have already been highlighted by the community, and same observations. Unfortunate that the applicant is not here for us to have a conversation or to address some questions I had, and perhaps my fellow planning commissioners as well. I think with that, I'm prepared to make a recommendation that we deny the zoning request 39-2022.
Second.
Is there discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So a vote of 3-0, we recommend denial of Z39. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z42, Jonathan Conway, the Stonehenge Group EBP LLC. Request rezoning from NS to FST for a townhome community in land lots 486, 516, and 517 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northeast side of the intersection of Oak Ridge Road and Blair Bridge Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z42? Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z? Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here in support of rezoning case Z42 and no one opposed. All those who want to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Oh, so, yeah, if you could leave that up until that'd be great. And I got copies of a new layout. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jonathan Conway. I am the applicant for rezoning application Z42 relating to 1350 Oak Ridge Road. We are requesting rezoning from NS to FST. We have an updated revised layout from the initial application, so we are also asking for approval for 33 units on 5.7 acres, density of 5.8 units per acre. The site has a future zoning of medium density residential. The site is located on the left side of Oak Ridge Road at the junction with Blair Bridge Road. It has neighboring properties of the Ridge Point subdivision to the west and to the south, single-family homes directly to the east, the Ambercrest subdivision and Lake Crossing apartment complex to the northeast, and a Chevron station, Blairsbridge townhomes to the northwest. And behind the Chevron station is a FST development currently under construction. There is a disused single-family home currently on the site, which is overgrown on the north corner of the property. The current condition of the site, it is predominantly trees, but attracts trash and discarded fast food packaging and alcohol bottles, etc. The site is currently zoned NS and as you see, surrounded by FST, apartment homes, and single-family homes immediately surrounding the locality. If you could put that. So accommodating feedback from staff and also from Commissioner Sheffield, we have revised our initial layout at application. We were at 42 lots. We're now at 30 to 33 lots. We've eliminated the entrance from Oak Ridge Road. There'll be now one single entrance on Blairsbridge Road at the top of the property. As I said, it's 5.8 units per acre, 33 lots on 5.7, within the medium density guidelines. The site is surrounded by residential, so hopefully the move from commercial to residential makes some sense in keeping with the neighborhood surround. We, of course, through the process, mailed out to 217 homes in the immediate vicinity. I had 4 phone calls. I had 1 in-person discussion. Nothing but positive feedback from the local neighborhood in terms of an uplift to the community. We certainly feel that FST is a transitional use of this property from the commercial surrounds and the gas station into residential. I think as one of the earlier applicants stated, the opportunity for medium density residential allows that support of the smaller household sizes, and we feel that is the case. We foresee standard architectural layouts to our townhomes, standard architecture, no vinyl, hardy siding, stone and brick accents. We anticipate price points in the 200s, because again, I think there is an opportunity for affordable townhomes on this location. The layout design accommodates over 50% green space. We have done our best to make sure that the perimeter will remain intact. There will be internal buffers, and there are some variances requested there, but the site will remain 50% green space. Stormwater will drain to its lowest point on the left side of the facility, as you see, and will be designed to Cobb development regulations and Blue Book guidelines. There are existing drainage easements to the rear, which we would look to take advantage of. Sewer is available through the right-of-way and also through easement in the adjacent subdivision. So there is sewer to the facility. We've included as you can see, a pocket park in the facility to maximize the green space. We will retain a 10-foot buffer in the back of the facility to separate the new development from the residential subdivision behind. And again, in speaking to staff and in speaking to Commissioner Sheffield, we recognize the density as a concern, and we understand that, and we've been able to reduce the density request from the initial application. With 33 townhomes, we don't envisage a significant traffic impact, but indeed, obviously, during design, we can do additional work in terms of that as needed. But all in all, we ask for your approval for the rezoning from NS to FST, and for our density request, 32 units on 5.7 acres of 5.8 units per acre. With that, I'll hand over.
And do we have someone to speak in support as well? We'll let you go ahead.
Phil Barnett. I live at 1211 Lingway, and I own 2 properties adjacent to this one. And actually, we was going to purchase this property to do the same thing, basically, to build a community. So what we have in this situation is more townhouses, and I'm in support of what they're about to do. But I'm looking for Cobb County to help support building community, meaning a bank, a food source, code of ethics, and healthcare. So we get all the townhouses, and it looks pretty, but in order to build a community, you have to have those 4 basics, or you won't have it at all. And the community is for police officers and teachers, your day-to-day workers, and we actually need more affordable housing. 279, 300 is, I guess, affordable for some, but the Browns, which own the actual property, has been our neighbors for over 15 years. Good people, solid, and I support what's happening here, but we're just looking to see if there's a buffer zone for noise and sight. And this is my first time seeing it right now, and it looks like there's a good buffer between our property and the trash and I think it's the retention pond, which is on the far left side, and the green space, which is definitely needed. So the pocket park that they're going to put in there, that's just an added bonus. But we're looking for more sidewalks and street lights. So whatever Cobb County can do, District 4, to help. I've been on this fight for like 3 years, literally, fighting to get the safety for the street lights, right? Because you cannot develop a community if you don't have street lights and sidewalks. But I think Cobb County's in the right direction for right now. But I'm looking for Mr. Hughes, if you can help us and our neighborhood develop into a community. This is my fight for, since the 50 acres were purchased from Cobb County, that's been our fight to get medical, food, bank, and a code of ethics in District 4. So if you can help me with this fight, I guess you would call it, I support this 100%, because it's going to beautify the neighborhood. And across the street, they got another 50 houses coming up behind the Chevron. So we adopted the mile, right? Once we adopted the mile, then we had 3 more organizations adopt the mile in the area. So now we got 4 adopt the mile programs. We got the bus stop seats implemented, and a portion of the lights on Oak Ridge and Blair Bridge installed. So we reached out to Georgia Power and Greystone, and they said it's up to Cobb County to make it happen.
You got 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Okay. So whatever we can do to beautify this, accept this, but enhance it with the help of Cobb County, because we're all taxpayers, right? So we know what the numbers are and what needs to happen. If Mr. Hughes, if you can help us help ourselves, I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. This is also in District 4, so I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could have the applicant come back up. Mr. Conway, just a couple of things or questions I have with respect to your proposal. And then one, so I know you reduced the number of units you originally proposed from 42 to
42 is the initial application.
33.
Yes. Yeah.
So your density now is 5.8.
Correct.
I think staff has indicated they have a recommendation it'd be no more than 5. So that would actually reduce it another 4 to 28. So that's just one thing. We'll put a pin in that for right now.
Sure.
The streets that you're showing, however, these are private streets?
Correct.
So the community would be responsible for maintenance of those
Correct.
long-term? And
Yes.
you feel comfortable with that? Okay. As well as a stormwater management facility, they would be responsible for that?
Correct.
Would there be a mandatory homeowners association?
If that's a requirement, then sure. There's no reason why there couldn't be.
Okay. I know that's pretty standard
Sure.
in these types of developments
Absolutely.
here in Cobb County, that you have a mandatory homeowners association, and that they would actually enforce the
Sure.
declaration of covenants and restrictions that would need to be developed for a
Understood.
project of this nature as well. Have you thought about placing any limits on the number of units that could be rented in this type of development?
We haven't. We understand the concern of rental over owned. You know, we will be the developer, not the final home builder. But we do recognize that affordable housing is a key part of what we're trying to do. I think with uncertainty in the mortgage market, it's tough for me to read, but we would understand if there were some restrictions placed on the number of rental homes. We envisage the homes are owned, not rented, but we would understand if there was, you know, some restrictions put in place to ensure that.
Okay. And I know you alluded to these will be standard architectural
Sure.
stuff. Do you actually have any elevations?
Not at this point, but we could certainly forward them.
Okay. I didn't see on here, unless I'm at visitors parking. Is there visitors parking denoted on here?
I don't have that information to hand. It is two spaces per unit, but I don't have the visitors parking note, but I can get that from the engineer and forward on if I can.
And then one other thing I just wanted to bring to your attention, because I think it was in staff's analysis, is that they are recommending that no more than 6 units be connected.
Yes.
So I'm looking at 3 areas where you have 8. So that's something you'd have to address at some point going forward.
Okay.
And there are 3 variances that be required as it relates to building line setbacks.
Sure.
And I think that's primarily because y'all are adjacent to private streets.
Yes, and it's a narrow, thin piece of property. Right. It's not an easy piece to make work, but that's what that's for.
Okay. Those are my questions for the applicant. Do you guys have any?
Yeah, I have just a couple. You just mentioned the 2 parking spaces per. Is that 2 in addition to a garage, or how are you counting the 2? I just
Yes,
trying to
2
clarify.
driveway spaces and a garage.
And the garage. Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, Commissioner Blow? Okay. No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. If I could have Carl Carver come up.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Hey, Carl. Again, I was looking through the staff report on this particular one, and I think I got this right. There were some stormwater special conditions that y'all identified with
Yes,
respect to
the
this.
subdivision, the stormwater pond that they have shown will drain into the Ridge Point subdivision.
Okay.
And there's easements there. He stated that correctly. There's an inlet that's very near where they will have to discharge their stormwater detention pond. We would like to see that be a direct connection. It will take water off the surface and put it into the system. They'll have to design their stormwater release to match the capacity of that downstream pipe, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But we would like to see that connection.
Thank you. Any questions of Carl while he's here?
No.
Okay. All right. I think, John, you don't need to come up, but I think for me to get a little warm and fuzzy around this, a little warmer, let me put it that way, I think it's important that we, the Planning Commission, actually see a zoning stipulation letter that lists the things that you're planning to do. I will say limiting the density to just 5 units to the acre, 28 units, I think is something you should seriously consider. But I think it's important we have those detailed out for us before I would feel comfortable moving this on to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration. So I want to give you some time to put that letter together. So I want to see if we could hold this for 30 days, give you some time to put that together, and then we come back in August to take a look at that zoning stipulation letter, and then we'll have our full contingent of planning commissioners here at that time to discuss this project. So my recommendation would be that we hold this for 30 days, allowing the applicant to comprise a detailed zoning stipulation letter.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? Let's call the question. So by a vote of 3-0, we will hold Z42 for 30 days in anticipation of that stip letter. Thank you. And that completes the agenda. We have 2 more items we need to conduct, however. Okay, you should have the minutes of the zoning hearing from June 7th, and we need to approve those. So I will make the motion that we approve the minutes of the June 7th, 2022 Planning Commission hearing. And if you'll second, Commissioner Ballon. He wasn't here.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Let's call the question. Vote of 3-0, we approve the minutes of the zoning hearing. In the same vein, we have minutes of the special call meeting, our agenda review work session from June 27th. I move that we approve the minutes of the June 27th agenda review work session.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ballon. Call the question. 3-0, those minutes are approved as well. And if there's no other business, then we stand adjourned. Thank you.